Well, here
Well,
we
yeah,
are, rocking and rolling. How are you doing, dear brother? Are you good?
I'm quite well. How are you doing today? So glad to be here.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you all for coming and waiting. Sorry, we are a few minutes late. I think we are a few minutes. Yeah, we're our usual 3 minutes late. Um, that's obviously on me because my life is very, very busy. I've got to think about feeding the rabbits and everything else. It's all a time sensitive topic, but we are here nonetheless, and we have an exciting little journey ahead of us. We have our resident anthropologist, Indy Sage. He's probably going to have more to offer in terms of a lot of the anthropology than I will. I've got a little bit more of some of the mythos that comes with it and a little bit of roundabout knowledge. This is going to be an exciting one for me. I'm going to be sitting in with less knowledge than what I wished I had, but more knowledge to gain. That's the secret. The less we know, the more there is to gain. So there's something quite exciting about this for me. I hope you're all having an absolutely fantastic, spectacular day. It's been raining cats and dogs on this end of the world. Beautifully so. Didn't go on the mountain this morning because of torrential downpours. It takes more than just a bit of rain to stop myself and my son from climbing, but torrential downpours is where we draw the line. Big storms. So yeah, let's hope the internet's going to be rocking and rolling. I think everything seems to be moving according to plan. Everything's on track. I'm on the right Wi-Fi. Big love to all of you. Don't feel shy. Share your comments, share your ideas, anything that's on your mind. I'd love for you to feel free. And let me introduce dear brother Indy Sage. Well, Indy Sage, he's a shadow worker, an anthropologist. He studies and practices various different forms of alchemical magic, shall we say? Is that the right word? Very much shamanically, coming from a powerful shamanic heritage. He's been through a lot in life. He's had his shadow activated by the things that he's had to endure. That's how our shadows become activated, how we gain a certain element of strength. He's an incredibly wonderful brother with a great sense of insight and a wealth of lore, especially with where we're going to be going today. And I myself am the Bush Whisperer. I was originally trained in Western occultism and moved to Asian occultism, and from there found myself in the shamanic call of the jungles. And here we go. So, without any further ado, give us a little bit about yourself, dear brother Indy, for those that are new and arriving. Apparently, YouTube brings new people. That's pretty cool.
Thanks so much, Franklin. Yeah, there's many sides to my research and my background, and it's pretty expansive. So a lot of my friends say I could always show a new face that hasn't been seen to others that have been familiar with me. But for those of you who are not, I've worked on shadow work since a near-death experience in my life. That's been a pivoting turning point in my life for the better, to start to bring forth awakening and openness and a return to humanity that was long overdue for me. And through my process of transformation, I've uncovered many different things. I'm a Scorpio moon, so I'm always been interested in the different mysteries of the unknown, and tried to uncover as much as I can in the darkness with my light. So I've looked into a lot of archaeology, a lot of anthropology. I've looked at a lot of mythology, and I've studied ancient philosophical Taoism and shamanism for a couple of decades strong. And so I've done a little bit of background on this talk today, just to get some of the basics down, and just started to remember some of the stuff that I had already known. So it's going to be good to go over the origins of the Aryan race at the Caucasus Mountains. And we're going to be possibly exploring some of the various flood myths of Mesopotamia up through into Canaan and the Hebrews, and also the connections with that into Kemet, ancient Egypt. and other places as well. Ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and how things played out over the globe after the floods. We're going to go into all of that. So it should be a really exciting show today. This is some stuff that's pretty exciting. A lot of people still are very curious about these events and when they happened and what transpired. So it should be a great show today, a good exploration.
Wonderful, brother. Yeah, totally looking forward to it. I'm trying to multitask here. Apparently, men can't multitask. Namaste, my beautiful better half, Mexico, and namaste, James Haro. I hope you guys are smiling, jiving, thriving, and doing much better than just merely arriving. Hope you're going to leave happier and more fulfilled with a greater sense of well being and knowledge than when you arrived. So, without any further ado, I'm just trying to let people know that we are live and we are rocking and we are rolling and we are on the show and we are patrolling. Not trolling, patrolling. What do you mean by not trolling? I mean not trolling, but I mean patrolling. So that's what we're doing right now. It's quite an interesting topic, to say the least, because let's start off with a disclaimer, shall we? Right? I never been to Germany. I don't know who that dude was. I got nothing to do with him. The whole Aryan story has been twisted and perverted, contorted, and mashed out of shape by all sorts of nasty, ugly propagandas. Namaste, Big Gaz. I hope you're good. Chaos. We're burning in the dark. Ooh, it sounds exciting. So yeah, I think the bloke with the funny mustache, he did a great disservice. We don't know what's the truth about the Second World War. I've seen many contesting bits of information. We know there was a lot of propaganda. We know there was a lot of lies, probably from every direction. I reckon everybody was lying. If you ask me, that's normally how governments operate. So there's probably a lot more than what we think we know about it. However, the reputation of Aryanism has been given a bad reputation and it's been turned into a race discussion. And I think we should start off by saying that it's not necessarily to do with skin color. Right. That's the first point. Yes, to a large degree, many of the Aryans do have white skin. This is a truth, but not all. And there are Aryans that have blonde hair and blue eyes, but not all. Then there are Aryans that are black. There are Aryans that are red, yellow, brown, and probably green. They're just not on this planet, I'm guessing. So, namaste, dear Vincent. Namaste, Gary. Hope you guys are smiling, jiving, thriving, happy, and clapping, but not like the happy clappers, because we don't like too much happy clapping. We just like happiness. So, yeah, when we start to dive deep into the Aryan story, we find it hidden in every corner of the world. In India, a great part of the heritage speaks in the Vedas about the Aryan. And they speak about the Aryan arriving. They speak about conflicts during the arrival of the Aryan between the people. They speak about the Aryan bringing great knowledge and great sophistication with them. So I think it's probably a good place to start with, what are we talking about when we're talking about the Aryans? I think from my perspective, and we're going to go right back further in the scope of time than what we have any real solid evidence for. But maybe we'll start with what we have a little more evidence for, perhaps, with the Caucasus Mountains. So the Caucasus Mountains seems to be a big part of the story. And that's where the word Caucasian happens to come from. And this is where the race story, I think, got wrapped up in it. Because from my perspective, I believe that there were different tribes of the Aryans. And this goes right back to the story of Mount Ararat. Is it Ararat? Aharat? Yes. That's where the ark was supposed to have landed with Moses. And namaste, know thy enemy. I hope you are good. Hope you are well. I hope you're knowing your enemy well. So this is the story of the ark coming to rest there. I don't know whether it's a literal story, whether the ark literally rested there, but it might be the truth. It could be where a great civilization was to be found. It's interesting to note that this is highlands. So in the event of a great, powerful and huge flood, ark would rest in the highlands. I've heard other stories that say that it rested in the Indus Valley. Regardless, this Mount Ararat is what I would call the branch of the steps. It comes down from the steps, right? And so we know that there's this ancient culture of the Indo-European language groups and the Indo-European peoples and the cultures that seem to congregate on the steppes. And from there, we seem to have what people describe as one migration, two migrations, or three migrations. And these three migrations took what seems to be three different directions. There was migrations from east to west. There was migrations from west to east. And then there was a migration that came down, straight to Persia, it seems. So we're looking at Persia, or on the border of Persia, when we're looking at the Caucasus Mountains. And we're looking at that very ancient place, Turkey, right? Turkey, Persia, the modern day Iran, which gets its name from Aryan. So who were the Aryans? And what is this heritage? When we look at the word Aryan, it seems to mean, when we look at the etymology of Aryan, it seems to mean, in many different traditions, those that were kings, those that were rulers, or the Khazars are really another element of what we're going to look at. In Germany, the Khazars are called the Kaisers. And the Kaisers are the rulers. The Khazars means rulers. So when we break down that word in etymology, we're talking about rulers. And I think the Khazars, the Aryans, and the Scythians seem to be, for all intents and purposes, either the same people or branches of the same people. What would you think of that, Indy Sage, from a point to start? The Scythians, the Khazars, the Aryans, and this Caucasus Mountains, Mount Ararat supposedly being the point of origin. There seems to be a lot of archaeological evidence that takes us back to that point, does there not?
Yeah, interestingly, the Shemites that descended from Shem, the son of Noah, ended up becoming the people that are known as the Semitic people now, which includes Arabic people also, and included in the past the Phoenician people, as well as some others. And so the Shemites seem clearly delineated as becoming Middle Eastern, whereas the Hamites became North African. Particularly, they became Cometian and Egyptian. It's thought that the Japhethites, the progeny of Japheth, the son of Noah, possibly went out and became seafaring and may have gone out to populate Asia, China, and Japan. Others say that they went up north to Europe. It's not clearly delineated with Japheth. But with Ham and Shem, it's seen that a lot of the Cathars, like you mentioned, throughout the Mediterranean region, may be related to Shem, and some other groups as well. We have the Merovingians and the Knights Templar that came from this region that may have descended from Shem, and likely have. The Shemites were said to have became those who spoke the Semitic languages of Arabic, Hebrew, Phoenician, possibly Aramaic, and Indo-European languages, whereas the Hamites were said to have learned Afro-Asiatic languages. Now, it's interesting that you mentioned the Aryans, and I've learned that during the time of the World Wars, there was a magazine called Ostara, the Ostara Reader, that was founded by Georg Lanz von Liebenfels. And it was in the Ostara that Hitler was reading in his time, throughout his upbringing, that there was theories of anti-Semitic ideas, and there was also Volkish theories. I'm not sure exactly what that meant, but they're basically in the Ostara, they were suggesting that the Aryan race descended from Atlantis, and that it is a higher, more advanced race and needs to purify itself from being impeded upon by lower races. So that was basically the gist of what was being said in the Ostara, which led to species elitism of the Nazis and the purification of the Aryan race. So a lot of that was responsible from the Ostara Reader putting those ideas out there. But it's interesting that they kind of tried to tie in Atlantis and bring up the Aryan or the Caucasian race into having been descended from Atlantis particularly, whereas the other races were said to not have. That's quite interesting. The Hyperboreans, which were said to have preceded the Atlanteans, were in that region in the north western Europe region. And Atlantis seemed to have been more towards Africa. So I don't really see how that kind of lined up. Atlantis maybe have been more in the middle, somewhere between, like, off the Iberian Peninsula in northern Africa, somewhere around there. Whereas Hyperborea was more around the area of like Iceland and Greenland, further up north, which was devastated by the comet impact that happened around 9,600 BC. And so it seems that Hyperborea might have been even more devastated than Atlantis. But Atlantis was able to survive somewhat enough to be able to spread out and spread the word of their demise and then integrate into other civilizations.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like I see you talking about the Hamites, yeah,
Yeah.
and so there were three branches of the Aryans, as far as we can tell. And there's the Semites, then there's the Hamites, and then there's the Japhites. So as far as I recall, the Hamites, as you say, are definitely the ones that basically have a strong connection with Africa. And so the idea is that from this place in now there's different times, periods of history. When we go back like 150,000 years, we see life coming from Africa. Very interesting. People coming from Africa. But some kind of a catastrophe happened at some point. We're not necessarily saying that the Great Flood happened, but we are actually. And then suddenly we have this migration of these three groups, the Hamites, the Semites, and the Japhites. And the Japhites moved across into Europe, and the Indo-European language group was developed. And the Hamites obviously moved into Africa. And the Semites moved across east, through the Middle East, all the way reaching towards India. So we have these three directional sort of explosions from what we seem to see according to the evidence that leads back to the Caucasus Mountains. And it's interesting that there have been discoveries made of old rock paintings in the Caucasus Mountains. And those rock paintings look very much like the Norse. In fact, very much like the Norse. So there is a theory that the Norse tradition, who is the would have been basically the Japhites. Maybe the elite Japhites would have moved across. Now, we are told that the Aryans were white. I don't necessarily buy into the Aryans being white. I think there were white groups within the Aryans, but I think there were other racial groups within the Aryan group. It makes much more sense to me that the Aryans were a mixed group. And this is what the evidence seems to show, right? When they look at the Japhites seem to have more of the white genes. When they look at the Hamites, they seem to have more of the dark genes. And we've now got genetic evidence that can sort of point back fingers at this. And then when we look at the Shemites, there's more of a Dravite gene presence there. So it's quite interesting. We see these three different, and when we go into the east, we see the Aryan people being spoken of in the Vedas as having arrived. They mention the potential of wars, which were like jumped on by certain racist scholars that wanted to say, right, white man did everything. There's insinuations that there were many blue-eyed people, and Genghis Khan had red hair, right? So one of the things of the Aryan people was they often had blue eyes, green eyes. Not necessarily, but often. There were many white people there too that would have had blonde hair. That's the Dravites, not the Dravites, sorry, the Japhites. So there were three sons of Noah. And the three sons of Noah, imagine that Noah was a mixed breed for a moment. And we'll get into why we believe this. There's actually references in the Bible that speaks about how when Noah was born, his skin shone brightly. It sounds like, when a little white baby is born, they have bright, shining skin. Now, there are other tracks of this story which we will get into that are interesting. But Noah would have been not necessarily white. He would have had some white genetics in him, and he would have had whatever the stock was of his mom, right? And so he would have been what we call a half, a mixed race. And so it stands to reason that some of his sons would have had different skin colors. But maybe the blue eyes was a genetic trait that carried through all of these three lines. So you can go into India and you can find dark-skinned people with blue eyes. You can go to the Aboriginal lands and find dark-skinned people with red hair, dark-skinned people with blue eyes. Yeah? Really dark skin. You can find a lot of Arabic people with reddish color skin with blue eyes. Then you can find in the Arabic world white people with blue eyes and often red hair. You go into Scotland, there's this red hair thing. The Irish is a lot more red hair. The Norse, there's a lot more red hair. So there's this, what they have found with many of the Aryan, especially I think the Dravites, that there was a predominance towards red hair. But I think it was across the board, because if your father of three different sons had a mixed genealogy, then you would find that some of your children would take after your grandfather, some of your children would take after your grandmother, some of your children would be darker of skin, lighter of skin. I think the whole racial debate needs to be dropped on its butt, because we are all mixed race. I might think I'm white because I look white, but if you look into my genetic record, there's more going on. And the same thing for people that are black, they might feel, oh, we're black. But when you look deeper, you've probably got genes that I've got, right? So we're all, I believe, my perspective is that we're all a little bit mixed. And I think this has happened over many, many eons and thousands of years. So it's an unavoidable thing. So I try not to make this a race discussion, because this is the danger when we're talking about the Aryan people, that we start focusing on race. But I think that the race is one of the features to look at, the different groups within the Aryan. I think that there was a highly sophisticated group that had come from the Caucasus Mountains, and they seemed to take with them metallurgy, farming knowledge, all sorts of powerful technology for the times, and move across the world in what seems to be three different directions, one towards Europe, one down through Africa, and one going east. And so we see this Indo-European language group being so predominant, and we see so many connections between Sanskrit language and other, Western languages. To me, it makes a lot of sense that there would be this sharing of all of the knowledge and information that had survived from the ark. And I don't believe necessarily they were the only survivors. There might have been some other survivors that had also survived, not in the ark. What do you think?
Yeah, well, it said that Noah had other sons that didn't actually come with him. There was one who was not allowed to come aboard, and his situation was that his name was Bith, and for whatever reason, he was banned from coming upon the ark. Whether he survived or not is not said, but it's assumed that he did not. However, his brother Yam was invited aboard, but decided to climb the mountain instead. And so Yam might have had descendants and survived the flood potentially. We don't know. But it's kind of suggested by this whole myth that the Noah and his sons were the fathers of all of humanity. But anthropologically, we see things to be a bit different. The Asian and African races had already diverged pretty long before these flood myths had begun. Now, the flood myth time frame is said to be around 5,000 BC by Sitchin, who said it was caused by the crossing of Nibiru that came by the planet and caused great disruption here as it had crossed. And that caused what is said in the Bible, the sea ran red with blood and the sky became filled with fire. And so it's said that it was a turbulent time. Other people placed this event as having been around 9,600 BC from the comet impact in Greenland. But the story of Rama ties in with this, and it said that once the ark landed on Mount Ararat, it wasn't the last time it was used. It said that later in the story of Rama that Noah then boarded upon the ark again and then traveled to the Indus Valley where it lays today. And it said that there is a petrified stone ark there at the Indus Valley where is the final resting place of Noah's ark, which is an interesting theory. There's a strong connection between Noah and Rama. There's also a strong connection between Noah and Dionysus. There was a popular story that's well known of Noah after having landed on Mount Ararat or on the Caucasus Mountains, wherever he had been. When he landed, he had some grape seeds with him, which he planted and then grew the vines and made some wine and got drunk and fell asleep naked. And his sons had found him and covered him up. And he awoke in quite a rage and told them that you, my sons, will always only be servants of my brother. You will not be your own sovereign leaders. So he was quite upset with them, although he was the one that kind of made a fool of himself there. But he started to grow grapes, which gives him the strong connection between Zagreus, Bacchus, and Dionysus. People have said that they're the same figure. Sometimes people can make that connection. But
Didn't grapes originate in the Caucasus Mountains?
Yeah, and apples started.
Weren't they taken across to Europe and they were taken across to Asia? The whole idea of wine comes from the Caucasus Mountains, I believe.
I think so. And in the older flood myth stories, it said that Inanna had a pouch of seeds and was able to restart all of the different crops because she had a collection of seeds. That story is more popular.
Of course, he brought the wine goodies.
Right.
He had his priorities sorted out.
So, but
I suppose it was used for religious invocation, wasn't it?
Yes. it was. So later becoming the blood of Christ, but always had that religious association, and the vine was said to be healing. In their time, the water was quite poisonous, and so if they were to make alcohol, mix it with the water, it would make the water able to be drank without causing sickness. So it had many healing properties with it.
That's very interesting. And Occult Examiner, namaste, everybody. I hope you're all smiling, man. Pointed out, yeah, wasn't Noah was supposed to be white, and I believe that's the way I know it. Getting back to Noah, so these are all conjectural stories. When we're talking about this, because this is coming from certain sources, but it is mirrored. So in the Phoenicians, pre-Phoenicians, who were the Sumerians, right? Because the Phoenicians were writing in Sumerian language before the Phoenician alphabet was created, which is an interesting food for thought. It shows us some kind of a legacy of Sumeria, leaving its stamp that everybody was using the Sumerian cuneiform writing techniques and that alphabet. So in Sumeria and the Sumerian cuneiform text, they speak about Zeusudra. So Zeusudra, and when I say Zeusudra, I'm thinking Zeus and Indra. Okay, that's how my brain goes. My brain goes straight for the proverbial meat and potato. I'm seeing like, hey, there's Indra in that name and there's Zeus in that name. And Zeus and Indra both carry lightning bolts. They both do their story. Like, you can see how the teachings of Zeusundra, right, could have arrived in the lands being taken with the Japhites, and be known as Zeus. And the Shemites could have known him as Indra. You see how this dovetail of this story starts. Now we start to see how the deities seem to be connected. Something to consider. But in the old story, Zeusundra's origins come from this. So Ea, who was Ea Enki, was still written up as Enki, even though he wasn't the Lord of Earth. Ki means earth. Ea is his name. Ea Anki. Ea is the Lord on behalf of An of Earth. Ki. Ea Anki. Eanki. Enki. So, but his name was Ea originally before he arrived on Earth. And he took over from Alalu. And Alalu, Ea, is what they sing in the churches to this day. So Alalu was the one who discovered Ki, Earth. Ea had arrived, and he had been here for a long time. And he had taken a particular shine to one of the Earth humans. Now, it speaks about how the Earth humans were created. They were red. This is an interesting perspective. The first Earth humans were red. That's according to the Sumerian story, that they had the red color of skin like the earth. I believe that the black and the white races were brought out because of, well, let's get first into the Enki. So Enki took a liking to one of these earth women, and he started speaking to her and teaching her great knowledge, and he noticed she had a great capacity to understand, and he found her appealing, and it speaks of how he poured his seed into her. She then goes back to her village. Nothing is said. She becomes pregnant. Her husband, her family are all over the moon because she's got a baby, and out comes a white baby. So she's immediately accused of mixing with certain of the what they call in ancient Greece the Grigori, but in the Sumerian tongue it's called the Igigi. She's accused, or maybe not accused, it is asked of her, did you lie with any of the Igigi races? Because there were numerous races that came from Nibiru to Earth. Different races, because Nibiru was a multiracial planet. And I'm guessing some of the Igigi were black-skinned, and some of the Igigi were white-skinned. And I'm guessing that Enki was white-skinned, because she says no, she did not lay with any of the Igigi. They did not think to ask her if she had laid with Enki, because it was who would have expected that? It was forbidden for humans and gods to lay with each other. So anyway, they say, her husband says, well, praise be to the Great Spirit. I'm going to love this child like he's my own child. So this white child then grows up, Zeusidra, right? Is it Zeusidra, Zeusidra? I forget the pronunciation of the Sumerian name, but that's basically what it is. And he grows up, and then the flood is going to come. Enlil forbids Enki to tell any of the humans that the flood is coming, because Enlil wants them wiped off the earth. As far as Enlil is concerned, this whole human experiment was a bad mistake, and we shouldn't have done it. We should have known better. So anyway, that's the basic story. Then what happens is Enki goes behind his brother Enlil, who and to understand that Enlil was now the lord of the earth. Enki had been demoted to being the lord of the Abzu. The Abzu is that great big landmass that's shaped like a heart. The biggest landmass on the planet, shaped like a heart. Sounds like Africa, right? And that's where all the gold was being mined. So Enki had become the lord of gold mining, and his brother Enlil, who had replaced him as the lord of the earth, because his father, Anu, had said basically, Enki's not bringing the gold out fast enough. So Anu came along. And it was when they were toiling and they were having great problems that they decided to create the Lulu, the humans. So this is that Sumerian part of the story. Now, and this is where we get the story in Greece of the Grigori coming down. 200 Grigori, right? Is the number 200 an accident? No. We can track that it's the same story, because in the Sumerian account, there are exactly 200 Igigi that come to Earth, but they first get stationed in Mars. But Mars's conditions are really difficult, so they end up coming to Earth. But the law is that they may not breed with the woman. The breeding happens at a later stage when their leader Marduk gets fed up. But first, the reason Marduk gets fed up and takes a human wife is because he finds out that his father, Enki, had actually fathered a child, Zeusidra, with a human woman, a white child. And this child grows up with great knowledge, great power, because obviously Enki makes sure that his kid is sorted and looked after. He keeps a relationship with him. It seems to be insinuated. But when the great flood is coming, he breaks the rules and he goes, even though he may not directly tell his son, he stands behind a screen or a rock, according to that story, and he speaks to him from behind a rock so that he can't look upon his face and speak directly to him. And he says that there are lapis lazuli tablets there with the directions for how to build a great boat and the schematics. So he picks up this lapis lazuli, he learns from how to, and he starts building it, Zeusidra. So Zeusidra then is the one who is commanded in these lapis lazuli tablets to take 2 germs, I think they call them germs, 2 of the seed of every creature into that boat. Not 2 of every creature, the seed of every creature. So I think they had a genetic laboratory in this great ark. So there was technology in those times, by what we can see. I mean, we're talking about the builders of the pyramids, right? So anyway, long story short, the flood comes. Zeusidra takes his family and those that he has taken with him into this ark, and they survive the flood. It mentions in this story that there were other survivors of the flood, by the way. from different places. So Zisidra, who we now know as Noah, wasn't the only survivor with his family and all of the seeds, the DNA for repopulating the earth with animals. So the Ark of the Covenant lands, the genetic library becomes active, the technology is unpacked. With the unpacking of the technology, they repopulate the earth with all of the animals and the creatures because they will need a balanced ecosystem. However, when they land, according to that story, they land up in the north, in the steppes, between the Indus Valley, the Caucasus Mountains. And so that steppes is where we see the Indo-European language groups developing and coming down, because that was the place which was dry first. There was still a lot of mud and subsiding, and they were waiting for the ground to become more stable, because there had been so much water that all the ground was still changing and shifting. There would have probably been a lot of earthquakes and a lot of other stuff going on. Namaste, dear Laura, and I hope you are good and smiling. Hope you are happy. Yeah, man, I love lapis lazuli too. I used to have lapis on this, but I had too many things on. I just keep my moldavite on the end of my mala for now. But so anyway, this idea then is that this was unpacked, and with the unpacking of this was the technology and the knowledge that had been there before the flood. And that was then moved after living on the Caucasus Mountains. They obviously became aware of the fact that there were other humans living on the planet. So they took with them all their knowledge in 3 different migrationary directions from this point. And now we get back to what the archaeology can show us about these 3 different types of, the Hamitic, the Shemitic, and the Japhetic branches of the Aryan. And a very interesting point is, in this Caucasus Mountains, some of the boats that were designed and some of the signs and the artwork there are very similar to the Vikings. And obviously we can see there's this very interesting sort of connection there. And we can also see the same stories with the giants and the gods that we see in the Greek stories, and that they were mixed, that the giants and the gods were living here, that the giants were actually living amidst the people on the earth, and they started making war with the gods. Now, this has got to do with the different branches of the offspring, because there were Igigi that had mated. Now, according to the Sumerian stories, some of the Igigi, according to the Sumerian stories, they measure in cubits, that the ruling class from Nibiru were 10 to 14 feet tall. But they mentioned that the Igigi, there were many races. Some of those races were 18 to 22, 20 feet tall. Some of them were 16 feet tall, and some of them were in excess of 24, 25 feet tall. They also speak about how there were 45 feet tall Igigi back on the planet where they were, that had been created on the Tiamat planet for doing great work and for being warriors. So there were powerful, big Igigi creatures that were gigantic. And I'm sure that they would have wanted to be able to have offspring too. So there would have probably been some way that they would have been engineering their genetics with human genetics in order to create wives for themselves, so that they too could breed and create offspring. And so here we have the story of the Nephilim, and how from the Nephilim came the Anakim, or from how the Igigi mated and produced all these different beings, some of them gigantic. And we see the same story with the Grigori, and now we see the same story in the Norse traditions, these ancient stories of these giants. So this is like the story that explains where the giants came from specifically, and that there were exactly 200 of these beings that had come from Mars back to Earth because the conditions on Mars were unlivable. It also mentions in those texts that the pyramid on Mars and the face on Mars was erected by the Ijiji, and that face is the face of Alalu. So if you ever wonder why the Christians are singing Alleluia in the church, they are singing about how Alalu came to earth. He was vanquished. He had a following because he had been a king. He had loyal vassals. There was the splitting political pressures within this community that had come to earth. And it was so much of a challenge that Anu actually had to take a trip here through the hammered bracelet, which was dangerous, to come and assert his power, at which point he was challenged by Alalu. And there's the story of how Alalu removes one of his testicles. We see the same story in the Greek pantheons. Namaste, Arya. I hope you are good, thriving, happy. Namaste, Kobi. How are you? Are you well? Hope everybody is on top of the world, smiling. And so now we're looking at a different version of the Moses story. Getting back to the Moses story, these three, we see the evidence of three different migration patterns from the Caucasus Mountains. And it seems like there's some meat to the story of the Caucasus being important, because Indy mentioned grapes before. You still with us, dear brother Indy?
I am.
Yeah, you mentioned grapes, and grapes was one of the things, I believe, was unpacked, and the grapes were considered very important. So that's like where the Sumerian story meets the biblical story. And I find it really interesting because when we look at this migration patterns, it seems one of the migration patterns was towards the Indus Valley. Now, in the Indus Valley, we've got like a very ancient Anapin society, civilization. And am I right? They haven't actually decoded that language yet, have they, Indy?
What language is this?
The language of the Anapin in the Indus Valley.
Yeah, they have not. They're still working on that one. The Anapin. Very ancient. Mysterious.
Yeah. And there were a lot of settlements up there, and it seems like up in the Indus Valley was a hustling and bustling place. So there must have been people that had landed on the Caucasus Mountains and immediately went off to find more lands. And the Indus Valley must have been part of the lands that were found. And yeah, our topless wonder, Indy Sage. I feel pretty novel today. I'm wearing pants. So, pink tights as well. I'm wearing pink tights. I really am wearing pink tights.
Yeah, interestingly, in anthropology, the paleness of the Aryan race did not begin until we saw early evidence around 28 to 22,000 years ago. But widespread paleness amongst at least the European Aryans was not prevalent until about 12 to 7,000 years ago. So there was a time before that where the Aryan race was actually not pale. And interestingly, the time frame shows that people became pale after the Younger Dryas Ice Age. So they may have gone to live underground, like in Derinkiyu in Turkey, and lived away from the sun long enough where they became pale. Whereas the other Aryans, like in India and the Aborigines of Australia, they did not become pale, but they have the same origins. So it's interesting that is the case, because if the Atlanteans were pale and the Aryans stemmed from the Atlanteans, then that does not seem to be the case, because people did not become pale until the end of Atlantis after the Younger Dryas. Now, it's a lot of people put the flood at the time of around 9,600 BC because there's scientific evidence of that. But interestingly, and there's a connection with Osiris and Ham. Some people believe that Ham became Osiris, and he taught the people agriculture, which is why Osiris was shown to be having green skin. And there is a strong connection there. Some people believe that Osiris was the son of Noah. And there's a theory there on that. But the Zep Tepi was the beginning of the count, starting with the first day after the Great Deluge. And their count...
That makes me think of Turkey. Tepi.
Yeah, the sound. Zep Tepi, it sounds like Göbekli Tepe. It's interesting. But the Zep Tepi goes back to 36.4 thousand years ago. And they put the Great Flood at that time frame, which would explain a lot more. And there may have very well have been multiple different floods that have been kind of just merged together. We don't realize that there's a separate time frame for these floods. And then later, there's the 9 plagues of Egypt that were brought forth on them after having enslaved the Hebrew peoples. And one of those, the 9th plague, there was a time in 3 days of darkness. So something may have happened then, and it may well have been the case that the plagues and the days of darkness were delineating a later flood time. There was another time around 500 AD when they had 3 days of darkness from a cloud of volcanic smoke, which was a different ordeal.
Yeah, well, they speak about that in the Sumerian story as well, that there were great and terrible wars using great and terrible weapons, seemingly nuclear, and that a great noxious cloud covered the planet and basically nothing would grow. The livestock passed away. There was nothing to eat. Famine struck the land, and there was a small patch of the world where that didn't reach, and I think that might have been Africa. So now we see why there's a life came from Africa, and like maybe a long time ago, 20,000, 25,000 years ago, maybe most of the planet was offed by nuclear wars. And here's it gets interesting, right? So when you go to ancient Ireland, you hear about the Arya. And the word Irish seems to be a root of Irish. Arya. Irish. Yeah. So Irish is the way they say it. Now I've got Irish in me. Now it gets really interesting because when we look at the Ramayana and the whether you look at the Ramayana or whether you look at the Mahabarata, right? There's this story in there about how the Aryan people came and that there were great and terrible wars, right? And these great and terrible wars were fought in this story. Now, what is the story of Krishna and Arjuna? Why is Arjuna able to just end the war? Why does he get to choose? What does he have access to? Is Arjuna sitting on a cache of nuclear? Yeah, what is that? Is that like
nuclear tip bow, an arrow?
Yeah, like maybe it's not a real physical bow. Maybe the bow is a metaphor for something bigger that contains power that can like finish an entire city. And maybe it was like we're losing the war. What do we do? Well, we've got no choice. Let's let the arsenal go. And then both sides have the arsenal, and the arsenal goes, and boom, 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 boom. And it says in that the reason why those tablets were carved was in order, and they were originally carved in lapis lazuli, not the tablets that we know from 7,000 years ago, not those Sumerian tablets. Those are copies. Yeah, man. They were carved on lapis lazuli according to the tablets. So that was supposed to show humans that the cyclic nature of time, that humans will get to this point again and we will have to make big decisions and we need to learn from our past. And I think this is like quite poignant just where we are at right now with the nuclear well, what's happening? Everybody's upgrading and building new nukes. Isn't that what's happening in the last 3 years? Russia, USA, all the states, they're all building new nukes, bigger nukes. Iran's like, well, you guys are building more bigger nukes. We better build nukes. India's got nukes. They've been building nukes. China's been building nukes. Even Pakistan's probably sitting on a couple of nukes. I wouldn't be surprised, right?
Yeah.
South Africa's probably got old nukes. We don't know whether they work anymore. They would have been developed in the 50s and the 60s, probably, when we were, developing nuclear power here. So, I think this is a poignant and important point of reference that in Babylon they speak about how there were these terrible famines. What could cause a global terrible famine? Well, if there was a fallout cloud that went across the earth and stopped the food from being grown, there would be a terrible famine, and it would basically decimate humanity. So it's interesting how this seems to dovetail. Now, getting back to our story of the Aryan people, right? Moses. It seems that Moses, or Zisudra, is the bringer of these people back to the earth. Now, the other people would have been scattered from a great and a global society of high technology. Those people would have run for their lives for higher ground with nothing, no technology, right? But here arrives an ark that was packed full of technology, full of schematics for how to develop new technology and all that you need to start the process of technology turning again. So I think this is why we see the story of the Aryan people coming and reintroducing agriculture, because obviously the global the weather would have changed. There would have needed to be science and seeds. And so everything else would have been washed away, all the seeds, everything, in salty water. Important to recognize that. When that water settled away, we find that agriculture started again. So we see this in the Indus Valley. In the Indus Valley, it's very interesting. They've got very old settlements. How old are those settlements? They were like, they were, I think, as much as 10,000 years BC. So we're talking about settlements that are 9, 10, 11,000 years that we can track them with according to our technology. And they had canal systems. They had irrigation. We see many of these cities that had running water, right? Running water and effective sewage control. And this is like a very long time ago. So it seems that whoever, and we see the same thing in the USA, don't we? Ancient waterways that were built and developed, stretching much across the USA. Well, you've had boots on the ground to look at that, haven't you, Indy?
I have. And a lot of this stuff out here looks a lot older than they say it is. I went out to the Poinsett Bridge near Paris Mountain State Park in South Carolina, and they have a Gothic arch bridge there, and that thing looks like it's from like the 1500s, but they say that it's from the 18th or 19th century. But you can see the bleaching on the rocks. You see that the lime is coming out of the stone. That shows the aging of the rock as being much older than it suggested. And if you look at the waterways below the bridge, you can actually see megalithic stone waterways that are down there for drainage. And there's several different passages where the water goes, and it's still running through there, and it's been going through there for hundreds of years. And then that's an interesting place. At that spot there, they say that there's ghosts, and you can see chariots and ghost horses riding by at night. It's an amazing place. But there's a lot of underground tunnels in the Americas, and these tunnels are amazing. Some of them go beneath giant rivers, and they have not been flooded. So the engineering is really impeccable. And it seems like a lot of this megalithic engineering involved a lot of tunnel systems and water irrigation systems. It's not only in the North America and South America, but also in Central America. And we have this like all throughout the Americas. And it seems to be a lot older than is suggested that people came over to the Americas. The Incan structures were re-inhabited by the post-Incans, but the pre-Incan people that built them are not known. We don't know who they were or when they were there. So when they try to date these things, that you can't date stone with carbon dating. So they try to find some organic material and they try to use that to get some kind of an idea of when they were there from. But there's a good chance that these stone structures have been there much longer than is suggested. And they found some evidence of people being in the Americas over 100,000 years ago, whereas most people would suggest that they hadn't been here until about 10,000 years ago.
It doesn't fit the narrative they've sold us about a
No.
bunch of American Indians with no technology and no knowledge that was civilized by the white man, right? They don't want
Yeah.
us to know that these Dravite races had technology and knowledge equivalent to or even better than many of the white people in Europe, which in itself is something for us to consider when we talk about the Aryan, because according to the old stories, the Aryan people brought a lot of the knowledge. And so it's become a racist sort of agenda of like, well, we're white, we're better, we knew more. But actually, they've had to cover up a lot of the knowledge of the black people in Africa. They've had to cover up a lot of the red people in India. And oh no, well, they invented that the entire migration came from the West to India and taught them Sanskrit and everything. But it's obviously more complex. And I think there's been many migrations over the last 20,000 years. And those migrations have gone left and right and left and right. They've all mixed in. But, you know, these waterways and so what were these cities called? I did write them down. The Horepe was one of them in the Indus Valley. Mohenjo-daro is another one. And Ganerawala, I think. Ganerawala is one of the other ones. And so these are three of the most well-studied sites up in the Indus Valley. But apparently there were thousands of sites. There was a huge population up in the Indus Valley. A huge, thriving population with trade routes that went through Persian lands, through the Caucasus, all the way through to what we consider Russia today, through to Europe, through to Africa. There seemed to have been some kind of a global population, even in that time. And so I think that they've tried to hide from us our heritage of technology because there must have been adequate forms of transportation, right, that we don't know about over the earth. And even horses, you know, the story of the horses. So the horses in Genghis Khan and his crew, which was a part of the steppes, right, were supposed to be the people who did the horse trading. But they have found ancient books in Sanskrit and in Farsi. Farsi obviously being Persia. And then we see Persia, you know, obviously ancient Persia, Iran, Iraq, all of those regions. And when we speak about Iran and we speak about Persia, I believe that Persia was far greater in those times than what we see the modern map. Because I think that political struggles in modern times have caused great nations to be broken. Like we see India and we see Pakistan, right? But actually India and Pakistan was one land not so long ago. We see Afghanistan, we see Pakistan, we see Afghanistan, and we see Iraq and Iran, and we think they're separate lands. I think they were one land. What do you think of that? That the ideas of when we think of Persia, we think of it as a small place. I reckon it was much bigger, and that there were different racial groups and different, because within Persia, you mentioned as well the pharaohs. So what is this thing about blue eyes in all the statues in Egypt, right? And blue eyes in all the statues in Persia, and blue eyes, Buddha, right? So we see these blue eyes being everywhere we go in the world, and it's not just a metaphor. There's something going on here. A lot of these ancient beings were depicted as having blue eyes, which is sort of, I think, it's an ood, as if to say, like, this person had Aryan heritage. Not that their skin color was, but they had the genetics. And now we start talking about the bloodlines. Who were the Merovingians? And the Merovingians, now that is, I think, quite an interesting conversation as well, because the Merovingians are part of this Aryan expression. So the Aryan means, what does Aryan mean? Does it mean great? From Arya, from Sanskrit, from whichever language you look at, right? I think the word Aryan means, let's see, Aryan meaning, it means noble or something in Sanskrit. I think it means noble and upright, and it's like all these positive qualities. It means noble, honorable, or respected, right? What does it mean in Persian, Farsi?
Noble and educated.
Right? Because the language that we see up in the Indus Valley is closest to Persian. It means a person of noble or good family. It was used by the Indo-Iranian peoples to identify themselves, right? And derived from the Sanskrit word Arya, Aryan. So you see, this Arya, it takes us right back to Ireland, which I think is sort of quite interesting. And now we're looking at the Celtic peoples. And I think, the legacies of Ireland speaks about the same stories of these migrations. And then we look at Egypt and we see the same legacy being shown there, much of the same ideas. So when we look at the pyramids, who built the pyramids, and another thing that's associated with the Aryans is pyramids. So when you go to, and let's stop the bus before we get lost, right? What about China? What do you think about China? What can we say about the what are they called? The early Jia dynasties, right? There were Aryans that had migrated there. Do you know that there are Aryan in Japan? Right? And by Aryan, we don't mean necessarily white, but people with hairy skins and blue eyes and some red hair. This red hair thing keeps coming up. Why have red-haired people been so persecuted? What is that about?
Well, the red-haired giants, they got a lot of flack. They found out something recently about red-headed people. It's quite interesting. I like to share. But also, they think that the red-haired people are descendants of Cain. And so they get a lot of flack in that sense too. But and it said that they're angry because they have red hair. So that's just kind of an assumption that people have, or a stereotype. But it's recently found that redheads are actually more sensitive to temperature changes, making them highly attuned to heat and cold. And interestingly, studies have shown that they have a higher pain tolerance and are able to endure more pain, up to 25% more. And additionally, they have the ability to produce more vitamin D due to their pale skin, which helps them thrive in low light condition environments. And that's pretty interesting. They found out some things about these red-headed people. But in Japan, they have Aryan ancestry from two places. They have Aboriginal ancestry and they have Siberian ancestry. So they have that pale, white, hairy ancestry from the Northwest. And then they have that dark-skinned ancestry with maybe exotic color eyes from the southeast, but it's been diminished over time. They mostly resemble an Asiatic look from their uh, influences from the Asiatic genetics.
Yeah, it's very interesting. My mom has got red hair, right?
Mm,
Now, my mom having the red hair, well, no, sorry, she doesn't have red hair. Let me get this right. She used to have auburn hair when she was younger,
okay.
but being a woman, hair color, let's do it, baby. So I don't even know what my mom's hair color is anymore. She's blonde, but, blonde, but, says her son. I remember having photographs of my mom with auburn hair when we were younger. It was her natural hair color. So I keep telling her she must get her stop dyeing her hair, stop changing her hair. But you can't keep women out of hair salons, can you? Not in this day and age. But the whole thing about red hairs people being persecuted is a really interesting concept. And you mentioned the giant genetics, and I think there's something to that. And my father, so my mom's red-haired, and there's Prussian genetics there with Dutch and German. So we're going Norse. So you can see the Norse tradition. Hence my mom's name, Bridget. She was born Dorothea Diane, but she calls herself Bridget. She associated with that name, and she never really related to the name Dorothea. But when you look at the name Dorothea, where does that sort of point to? Very interesting how these old names sort of seem to all point in similar directions. And it seems to have an almost Greek element to it. Or am I wrong? What would you say? When you hear that name, Dorothea, to me.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. My father comes from Irish. My father's father was from Wales, and my father's mother was from Ireland. So there's a very, very old Shanahan family, which is, I think, the oldest family in Ireland, and the Williams family from Wales. So my father had a very dark skin, and I've got quite an olivey kind of skin. I can tan like very easily. I can go white, like funny kind of pale look, but I don't have auburn hair, but I think it's in my genetics. I think I could father auburn children, which is interesting. And once again, this idea of, I had a good friend who had red hair, and he was persecuted in school. He was one of the reasons I actually got freaked out with people picking on people, and I sort of took direct action in my high school. I took direct action. Some of that action involved me putting guys down because I basically did away with bullying. But that whole story of red hair and ancient Egypt, I think they found mummies with red hair in ancient Egypt. They found these mummies in China. Where did they find these mummies? Where did they find those mummies in China? I thought I wrote it down somewhere, but maybe I didn't. But there was definitely these mummies that were found, Aryan mummies in China, and I think they had red hair, some of them. So that's very interesting, and they seem to relate it to the Jia, to the very, very early dynasties. So let's take a look at this. The Merovingians are the Grail bloodline. So Merovingians were the keepers of the kings, right? And when we look at the Aryans, it seems like noble, kingly are notions. And it seems like the Aryans exported knowledge to the known world, to those that had lost technology. Imagine there was crazy world right now, and we had to run out into the bush with nothing but nothing, right? That we at least remembered how to make fire. We didn't have our smartphones, right? We had nothing with us. We didn't have tools. We had to make rock tools. Just imagine this happened in the real world. You'd be, it's very hard just to make a metal knife. You'd start off with rock knives. You'd be basically trying to get hold of animal skins to stay warm. We'd have knowledge of fire. We'd be able to make fire. We'd be able to do things and slowly but surely build up. And then imagine a group of us that had had a time capsule with technology in it, rocked up, and they just set up shop. They'd export that technology to all corners of the world, and it wouldn't be long until everybody got their technology back again. That's what seems to have happened with the Aryan. From when you start to look at it, there are differing opinions, there are different ideas out there. There is no one clear idea. The ideas have changed between the 1700s and the 1800s. There seem to have been some very race-based ideas, which were white people trying to basically tell everybody else that we're better than you, right? Which is going to happen. There's always going to be somebody who's going to want to be in charge. And so we see these royal bloodlines that seem to relate to the Merovingian bloodlines. And once again, the same ideas of the Aryan people being exported knowledge, and obviously this knowledge would make them fit to rule because they had the great knowledge. And so it seems like this royal bloodlines that we see the Illuminati going on about. Should we take a moment to look at this Illuminati royal bloodlines? Do you think that they are talking about them feeling special because they reckon they've got a more direct genetic route to the Aryan tradition than everybody else, even though everybody has got Aryan genetics?
Potentially, yeah.
And so they feel that it's their right to rule, because in history, the Aryans have been ruling right across. And so these dynasties were formed. We see them in China. We see that of these in Japan, some of these castes were the shoguns, right? These Aryan shoguns, Genghis Khan with his orange hair ruling, right? It seems like most of the rulers have been very often. Oh, and by the way, in China, it is Shangji Jian. Shangji Jian is the place in China where they have found these 4,000-year-old Caucasian mummies.
Oh, they actually tied them in now. They've found that they're related to the Tibetan and Austroasiatic origin people. Even though they are seeming to be Caucasian by appearance, they're connected to the Tibetans somehow. So it seems like the Tibetans are a mix of Asiatic and Caucasian. That's my best assumption on that. You can kind of see it in them.
I think everybody's mixed, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we've all got Aryan blood because, and here's an interesting thing, the genetic record in India shows that there were times when there was an arrival coming from India. So what is it? There's 3 different arrivals. So the Indian genetics, they've studied the genetics, and what they see is genetics from African, right? Coming there 65,000 years ago to India. This is what the record seems to show. Then they've got Middle Eastern, what they're calling the pre-farmers, which seems to be from 6,000 to 4,000 BC. And then they've got the steppe herders from 1800 BC. Now, the steppe herders from 1800 BC adds up with the mass migration out of the Indus Valley. So I believe that the Indus Valley coming into India was probably because of rivers drying up, because the Parvati River, which was famed in the Vedas, doesn't exist anymore. And they reckon they found there might be a source of the Parvati River, but that would have been a powerful and important water source. And obviously you can't farm without water. And so there were highly sophisticated civilizations up in the Indus Valley that would have migrated down and mixed with the Rig Veda peoples. And there are references of scuffles and wars and stuff that would have broken out because this would happen with different groups of people settling. Like these people would come, they say, this is our land. They say, well, we've got no it. We're going to be here. Well, no, you must go away. No, we'll fight you for it. You know, like you can see how that would happen because you've left the place where you couldn't live. You got your kids, and you're not going to let your kids just, pass away because those people say this is their land. It's like, no, we're all going to live here, whether you like it or not, because we've got nowhere else to go. We're gonna pass away if we go there. So what's the difference us going there and passing away? We can pass away here with you and take you with us if you want. So it's like it seems like a no-brainer that's what we see. That was sort of dressed up as the Aryan invasions. I don't think they were invasions. What do you think? When we talk about these Aryan people, do you think they were invaders?
Yeah, the Europeans and Aryan people tend to be highly invasive. A lot of these African people stay in the African continent. The Asian people tend to explore. They'll go over to other Asian places and try to put conquest there, but they don't really leave the Oriental sphere. But the Europeans, however, they tend to want to really travel away from home and get the heck out of there. I don't know why they're leaving home so much, but they want to go anywhere else but home and take over everywhere else around the world. And through Westernization, we've really pushed a lot of the ideals of the overly precautious lifestyle of the Aryan race onto the rest of the world cultures of the other races. And they've kind of lost their languages and their crops and their cultures, their textiles, their clothing that they would make. A lot of the stuff has been lost by the invasion of these European people across the world. Maybe they were leaving their harsh climate. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, find a better place that's more suitable. But they're not very well versed with their pale skin to live in a warmer climate. So it's been very difficult for the European population. They don't have things.
So here I am in South Africa. That is not a mixed race person that has mixed in modern times. That is a traditional Zulu. And there are Zulu people that have blue eyes like this. Now, the Zulus were a warring nation. They were a warrior nation. And there's stories about how the Zulus had blue eyes. I think Chaka Zulu was legended to have blue eyes. There are also Zulus, I think, that might have auburny hair. Right? Naturally. So you can see this, the whole story of Aryan people is white. Nah. There we see Aryan. And I think you see Aryan in every different race. And just by not having blue eyes, like I reckon I've got Aryan in me, but I don't have blue eyes. I think it's, how genetics works. Things might be recessive genes, certain genes might come out, other genes might be repressed. But I think like this whole story of the blue-eyed and, and you mentioned the warring. The Zulus had traveled all the way down from Central Africa, warring their way down, and basically at the point of a spear, forcing other tribes to join them or perish. And they got to South Africa. They entered in a little while after the Boer had arrived here. And they challenged the Boer because they wanted this land. And they fought terrible wars as the Zulus moved southwards. The Boers moved northwards. And in Blood River, they had these terrible wars where the Boers won because they got the British to come along with their cannons and their guns and technology. But, I think wherever we've got warring races, we're going to notice this. Genghis Khan was a warring race, weren't they?
Yeah.
No?
Mongols. Yeah, they took over Eastern Europe for over 1,000 years. Golden Horde. Interestingly, the blue eyes and the blonde hair was not mixed. Originally, the people that had blue eyes in Europe that came over around 14,000 to 4,000 years ago had blue eyes and dark hair, and also dark skin, somewhat dark skin. Later, the people that came in with the blonde hair and dark eyes came in and merged with those people as the blue-eyed and dark-haired people somewhat died off, but they kind of integrated a little bit with the blonde-haired people, and so the people with blonde hair became more prevalent. But they integrated, and the people that had blonde hair and blue eyes ended up becoming the corded wear culture, and the bell beaker culture brought it into the UK. So after a while, the blonde hair and blue eyes mixed, but originally, like you suggested, a lot of the people with blue eyes had dark hair and dark skin. So it's interesting progression how things have changed.
It just goes to show that people can twist narrative to tell the story they want to hear, right?
Yes.
If you happen to be white with blue eyes and blonde hair, you must be the chosen people. Who else do we know that were the chosen people? Like everybody's really hard on the Jews because like we're the chosen people, right? Why were they the chosen people? Maybe the Aryan were considered the chosen people to rule because they came with all the great knowledge. They hadn't lost the knowledge, right? Their offspring had been brought up with technology, knowing how things work. In the other place, people had gone back to using rock tools. In Europe, before the Aryans arrived, people were, where were they? Pooing in the streets, right?
Yeah.
They didn't even have sewers, you know?
Correct.
They didn't have anything. So it seems like there's this confusion and disparity. And, you know, the white people weren't all that super advanced. Many of them were like basically, you know, didn't have a sewer between them. And I think like when you start rating a sewer as being a high level of development, it really says a lot, doesn't it? You know, like we know how to deal with our shite. You know, that you would think that's the first thing you learn to do, right? And maybe get some running water so you can grow some food. And then maybe start thinking about, well, what else can we do? You know, let's build something nice and big and nice and fancy. And then let's get some nice clothes going. And then like, oh, let's get some cool tools going so we can do stuff. And before you know it, it's like, oh, let's look at the stars, you know? But you
Yeah.
can't look at the stars if you don't have somewhere to poo.
We were very savage until we were able to make it over to Asia and try to conquer over there. We learned how to drink tea and take baths for the first time. Before that, it was thought that taking a bath would make you get demon spirits and you'd become possessed and you'd become sickly and pass on the sickness and the spirits would manifest from you. And so people would only bathe once a year. They would wear wool clothing all throughout the summertime. They'd be laden in fleas and lice and all kinds of terrible things. And they had a horrible stench to them. But after we went to Asia, we learned to take baths. But they called us barbarians. And we were very much barbaric cave people until we were able to go to Asia and learn how to become more civilized. They were much more high civilization than us. And their golden civilization came long before our stepping out of the caves. Which is interesting because, you know, it seems like the gods created us second. They created the Africans first. They created us second. They created the Asians third. According to the stories of Sitchin with the bronze, silver, and gold race development of the human race. And then they created a chosen population of the Native Americans who have all of the genes of the different peoples of the world. And so there's a possibility that the Native American people were their own people first before they integrated all of the other different races into them as well. So you have to consider that too.
That's very interesting. And now we get to the point of the griffin. We get to the point of the dragon. The dragon was adopted in China by those early dynasties, right? The griffin,
Aryan.
Europe. And the serpent, the dragon. So this is quite interesting because now we look at this ruling classes of the so the Aryan people were known to carry this semblance with them, right? The ideas of the dragon, the serpent, the griffin, and then we look at the word Merovingian. So Mer, what does Mer mean? I've got it here somewhere. I think Mer means ocean. Does it mean water? Mer means sea. And Vere means serpent or dragon. So the sea dragon, the dragon of the sea. Can we see how that could be related to the offspring of Enki? Now we're going right back to the Sumerian story of Enki, the Lord of the Waters and the Sea, and his offspring carrying his banner, which is the sea dragon, which then become the rightful heirs and rulers and kings of the earth, according to we're the chosen people. Now we see where the Semites got the story from, right? We are the first blood descendant from Enki. We have the right to rule this planet. We're going to go there. We're going to teach these people how to do things. And then we're going to take up positions of rulership and we're going to create dynasties. And we see this happening in Europe. We see it happening in China. We see it happening in India with the various different kings. Once again, in India, a lot of the kings had blue eyes. I think blue eyes is more associated with the Aryan than is white skin color or, like you say, blonde hair. You're very interesting what you share here. I don't have too much knowledge about that, but it makes perfect sense because you see these blue eyes in history all across, and probably like red hair is more associated. Yeah, probably red hair is more associated with it than blonde hair, and blonde hair maybe is a stronger gene that will be more dominant, and sort of the red hairs are less found, and it's only in the small cultures where they were isolated, like Ireland and Scotland. Scotland was isolated. Why? Because they had a wall separating them from the Anglo-Saxons, right? Look at the history. Ireland was separated because they were out there on their little island, so they've got a lot of red hair. The red hair wasn't all replaced by blonde hair, but probably now in modern times, red hair is disappearing. Am I right? Would that be fair to say? Is red hair
They say that's the case, but like it's found that these recessive traits become more pronounced from inbreeding, and so when populations inbreed, these recessive traits become more and more pronounced again. And so during times when, like after a great cataclysm, people are having a hard time finding the right gene pool to be able to breed, then at that point, these recessive traits would become more pronounced again, and so it comes in waves. They're saying right now that it's being diminished.
What does that remind you of in Sumerian stories, inbreeding?
The gods, there's such small populations, and with O negative blood, they can't really mix with anyone else. So you could see that they become more and more kind of exotic looking over time.
There was that whole thing about the story of Nibiru and how you had more right to rule if your child was the offspring of a brother and sister that were both first relations to the previous king. They had more right to rule than if they wasn't brother and sister. And I think it's got exactly to do with these recessive genes that you're talking about. And we notice, what do we notice in royalty? This inbreeding. Why are they inbreeding? It doesn't make sense. Maybe they're trying to bring out recessive genes.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a goal. Maybe they know something we don't, and they're trying to get particular bloodlines to bring out particular recessive genes, which relates to this. And the Merovingians are royalty.
When royalty marries, they're like bringing in somebody from another family. And so they're usually trying to choose somebody that's got money. They're going to find somebody that's got more wealth than them to marry into, to bring that into their family. Now, if they're around a bunch of people that are not really as affluent as them to bring anyone else into their family would diminish their stature potentially, or allow somebody from that other family to come in and supersede the royalty. So I think there was a lot of paranoia as far as control goes with allowing other families to marry in, and as well as having the O negative blood type, that makes it even harder for them. So even if they were to want to bring in the right family to breed with, they could potentially not be able to reproduce. And then there was also the blood disease that became prevalent in the British royalty, which was then married into the Russian and other in German families, so that they would end up with that blood sickness, hemophilia, and then they would die from bleeding out after reproducing with the British female royalty, and then having children that could not clot their blood. That's a situation right there where they have reason to be paranoid, where other families are trying to come in and sicken their family with genetic conditions to take over their power. Not just something in recent times, but you can imagine those kind of things where have gone on for a long time. different ways.
Yeah, brother, it's interesting that you mentioned the hemophilia,
Yeah.
um, and that is like an interesting point, and that's got to do with blood platelets, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, what causes hemophilia exactly? I think there might be some pearls of wisdom. What causes hemophilia? What are they trying to achieve with all of this? Are they trying to bring back some, so a deficiency or absence of certain clotting factors in the blood, essential for proper, we know this. Most common types A and B are
Factors.
inherited genetic conditions, meaning that they are passed through family genes. Acquired hemophilia, less common form, can develop later in life, often due to the body's immune system lacking it. But
Hemophilia A is with factor 8, and then hemophilia B is with factor 9. It's interesting that it's just those two factors, 8 and 9, which are considered to be very, good numbers in numerology.
yeah, red blood
Number 9
plate.
factor disease is known as the Christmas disease.
What is it called? Christmas.
Christmas disease. Hemophilia B.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because while hemophilia is primarily a disorder of clotting factors, platelets are still important in the overall blood clotting process. In hemophilia, the platelets, which are essential for forming the platelet plug of the site of an injury, are still activated and participate in clot formation, though the clot may not be as strong. So which is it, red blood cells, platelets, important for clotting?
I'm not sure. I know that the platelets are important to carry the oxygen, and they have iron.
Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Because the white blood cells, as we know, is the immune system. But the red blood cells, that's got to do with the electrical potential in the blood, right? Because the red blood cells rub against each other and they are like a dynamo. And they generate electrical potential in the blood. So imagine you wanted to have like powerful magical abilities, right? Is that going to be related to the red blood cell activity in your blood? And are they trying to breed people that have a particular disposition in the red blood cells that can generate more electrical potential with greater psychic ability, with greater occult powers? Because I think the occult powers and the psychic sensitivities are related to the red blood cells, with the electrical potential, increasing the electrical potential in the blood, increasing your chi, increasing your prana, increasing the potency and power of the brain waves and the emanations of the brainwave resonant field. Why can some people's EEG pick them up from like 2 meters, 3 meters away, other people from like 1/2 a meter away, right? So we're not all the same when it comes to the electrical potential in our bodies. And obviously the electrical potential is important for the white blood cells as well, because the white blood cells then act as maybe distributing, right, the potentials of that towards healing. And so if you've got more red blood platelets than white blood platelets, would that cause a problem? I mean, we're jumping into something we have no real knowledge of, but I just find it interesting, red hair, red blood platelets, electrical potential, how all these things seem to be somehow connected. And could there be a goal that these crazy royal families, right, who I consider to be Merovingians, because they carry the standards. So on all of the countries, like the Ethiopian flag, didn't that have a dragon and a serpent and an eagle? So the eagle and the serpent, right, and the eagle and the dragon, and then These are like part of these old insignia, and we see it on all of the flags. We see it in all of the coat of arms. Basically, what is a coat of arms? That tells you about your bloodline, doesn't it? Who your ancestors were. So don't you find it strange that all of the royalty all around the planet have the same coat of arms?
It's a bit strange. And if you think about the Green Emperor of China, he came over from the West and he had his wife with him. They were known as the serpent people or the snake people. They had been portrayed as having a serpent tail that they were kind of walking around on, slithering around on. But they were shown as being noble and educated. They had the tools of architecture. They taught the people the ways of civilization. They came there and told the people of China that they were going to be invaded by Westerners, and they protected them. They taught them to fight, and they protected them, and they taught them high civilization. So it's thought that the Western people were said by the Asian people to be snake people. Whether that was just the emperor and his wife themselves for some particular reason, or whether that was all of the European people, it's hard to say. But why would they say that? And why did they portray them with a serpent tail? Just like Enki was portrayed with the serpent tail, much like Oannes and Dagon, having come from the sea, were associated with the sea and the serpent. So what is going on there? It's a very interesting thing. If the Europeans are more hairier, as we experienced them to be in Middle Easterns, people more hairier, I would not associate that with snake-like. And so what exactly is happening? But they have said that the ancient gods were blue-skinned, they had copper-rich blood, and that they had webbed fingers and toes. And so they may have looked more like a serpent with blue skin and possibly webbed phalanges. I mean, that's what it was.
It makes me think about the Norse people with their dragons on their ships. And the
Yeah.
swastika is the other one, right? The other
Right.
part of this picture.
Mhm.
So the swastika was also associated with the Aryans. The swastika, the dragon, and the griffin. And so the swastika, we find it India, we find it everywhere, right? Like it's no mistake that the swastika was still alive and living in the Germanic peoples, in the same way that it comes from the Norse tradition, right? Once again, the swastika with the dragons, and they would travel on the sea and they would carve dragons on their ships, which means Merovingian ocean dragon, right? And then we see the same group of people in France setting up shop in the south of France, but having like I think a broader influence, like maybe all the way up to Spain. And these were the people that were related to the royalty as well in an interesting way. And according to some of the stories, they stem from the line of David. So now we're talking about this, the particular one of the particular sons of Noah, right? The Semites went to the Hamitic people came to Africa. So the Hamitic people would have possibly been the ones that that were very much related to the griffin, right? And I think the griffin was also very much related to the people to the Aryans that traveled across to Europe, right? And so we then see that the Shemite people were on their way to the Far East or traveling east, and so they took with them the swastika, right? They were like the swastika was their favorite, and we see that right across. But then we see the dragon, and we see it in Americas as well, don't we? You know, and they want to tell us that this was just brought across the ocean by the Europeans, but there seems to be older evidence of this. And we look at the pharaohs, right? The idea of lions. Lions were also always associated with the Aryans. Yeah? So the idea of a lion, that's what a griffin is, right? A griffin is a lion with an eagle's head and wings. Is that right? Is that a griffin?
Yeah, lion and eagle with a
It
scorpion
might even
tail.
have a lion's head.
It has a bird's head with a lion's body, typically.
Yeah. Yeah, is that right? And the eagle's claws.
Yes. Eagle's talons in the front, and then tiger hind legs, and then the scorpion tail sometimes. But interestingly, there's also another thing which ties the East and the West, the eight-legged horse. The Mongolian shamanic traditions carry on about an eight-legged horse, which they worship, which is very eerily similar to Sleipnir of Odin, Odin's horse, Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse, which was created by Loki. Is that right? And so there's very obscure an eight-legged horse. The fact that both of these people are nomadic people and they kind of go out and they conquest the land and the sea. They both worship an eight-legged horse, and they also have the griffin and the dragon in common as well. So it seems like Tartaria may have involved both of those populaces, and they had the same culture at one point, or they adopted those aspects from each other potentially, because the Golden Horde did come over to Eastern Europe for 1,000 years and take over there, and so maybe they had origins of commonality before that, or they gained some culture from each other during that time of the Golden Horde occupancy.
That's really interesting. You know, I hadn't even really touched on that, and I don't really know much about this water horse. I mean, not the water horse. Sorry, the horse from the um, Norse tradition. So, what is this horse? It's called Sleipnir. Sleipnir,
Yeah.
and Sleipnir is quite interesting. Sleipnir, like it's um but he had the ability to travel through water, air, and other realms. And it means slippy or glider, right? So he could slip and glide. He could travel across all of the nine realms.
In the
He could
Mongolian
even
tradition,
travel
they
across the land of the dead. Yeah.
their horse did the same thing. For the Mongolians, the horse would allow the shaman to travel between the mortal and other worlds to consort with spirit guides. And then drum represents the physical manifestation of the horse, or the rhythmic beat of the horse's hooves as it carries the shaman on the journey.
Let's go to China, right? So the
Yeah.
Chinese have the water horse with 8 legs.
Yeah. In South Korea, they have a fiery eight-legged creature dating back around 2,000 years.
Or
Fire
I'm not
horse.
sure whether it has the 8 legs in the Chinese, but you know, this is a shape-changing horse, as far as I know. And I think that in China, this horse could change its shape to become a dragon, or it could change its shape to have like a dragon with many legs.
Yeah,
So
the
in
Korean one is
in
the
his
same. It
sorry,
can be dragon-esque. It's a dragon-esque horse. The horse usually has the dragon has a horse head, usually, in Eastern dragons.
yeah, that's interesting. The year of the horse, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just very interesting, you know, that this water horse was, I think, um, the most famous water horse in mythology is Kelpie, right? And so this is a water horse from Scotland, right? And the most famous mythical horse include the queen, the queen in Chinese. I hope I'm saying it right. That's a specific type of Lin mythical family of a one-horned beast. So now we're talking about the unicorn, right? And now we have these stories of unicorns and Pegasus, right? Horse, like a dragon horse with wings that can fly, and then the other horse has got this one horn, it's unicorn. So I mean, I don't know what to make of all of these stories, but I just think it's interesting, because another thing with the Aryan people is they were horse breeders, right? They were very big on their horses. And so we see Genghis Khan and his crew and a lot of the people from the steppes. And like you say, the Mongolians as well. Very much, where did Hitler send his SS to? Which was the main place? They went through India, they went through Afghanistan, they went through all of those places, but their main objective was to set up base in Tibet, because the Aryan heritage could be traced strongly in Tibet. And where is Tibet? I was in Indus Valley, and when you go up the side of the Indus Valley, where do you go straight into? Tibet. So Tibet was an extension of this great ancient Indus Valley civilization, the Aryan. So now we start to see these dots all crossing over. And so, bomb goes the idea of Aryans are just white people. There's a lot more to this. There's a lot of races, I think, in part of the Aryan tradition. But I think it's healthy and important that we sort of put this out there, because people have this concept that an Aryan is a white person. And though that's true, often it's not necessarily the fact of the matter. When you go back in time, there's a lot more going on. And yes, maybe Enki was white and maybe Moses was white, but that bloodline was mixed from the start. And we are all somehow, I think, mixed in from those bloodlines, whether we're white, black, or whatever color we are, or Asian or Dravid, or I think they all seem to carry a certain amount of the base mixed DNA. And so that's quite an interesting concept, How can we be racist in a world where we're all a little bit mixed, right? It's like we're being racist, like, well, I've got more of the white in me than you. Well, I've got more of the black in me than you. How does that sort of... And it's very interesting how racist India is, huh? It's, if I'm going to be honest, of all the places I've been in the world, it was the most racist place. I had lots of Indian friends who couldn't travel to other states in India because they weren't welcome there, because that caste in that place didn't recognize their caste, right? So when you travel to another state, your caste might not be recognized. It was very strange. And these castes are really important. You can't marry out of caste, right? And you can't associate with people out of your caste. And when a Brahmin person comes to the queue in a shop, all the lower caste people step out of the way and the Brahmin person walks to the front of the queue. And I used to say, what's this nonsense? What's this nonsense? What's wrong with you people? He can stand in the queue like everybody else. No, he's Brahmin, because of his caste. So it seems like there's this recognition here with these castes. And if you speak to Brahmin people, they'll tell you that they're white. And I'd be, but you're not white. No, well, I got Aryan heritage, they'll tell you, right? Aryan. And so that gives them the right to be, the priest kings, as it were. So it seems like a lot of this racial nonsense that we got going on the planet, all this racism, all this classism, all this crap, seems to come back to a starting point. And it seems like these Aryan people, these Aryan people that came out of the Caucasus Mountains, the Caucasus obviously named Caucasian by the Europeans, named their heritage after Caucasus because they were proud of their Aryan heritage. And so they named themselves Caucasian people. So we see Caucasian as being this. But when we start looking at the Spanish people, right, we start seeing the same thing. Blue-eyed Spanish people with black skin, blue-eyed Spanish people with all. And it to me, it seems like a lot of these angry racist notions and concepts must have been related to many of the wars that were fought. And I think, they've obviously been great wars fought. And like you said, the white people have basically dominated the world because of what? Gunpowder. Yeah?
Yeah.
Pretty much what it is. We took the Chinese gunpowder and we said, we can turn that into something that really hurts. Where the Chinese had the gunpowder, they were like, no, we can't use that. That wouldn't be fair. And then the white people came along and said, well, screw fair. We'll turn that into a cannon and we'll see what fair looks like then. And so obviously that meant dominating the sea, being able to build big battles battlements, and other people couldn't get into your battlements, but you could go and shoot theirs down with cannons. Yeah, and so it's like interesting that we've sort of come to this point of classist society and racist ideologies that have sort of dominated our world. Is it not currently being taught, critical race theory being taught to the American kids?
Critical race theory is that the idea that there are races, that they're valid.
Well, it's a little more than that, though, isn't it? It's the same as all the German children have been forced to feel ashamed of what happened because they are Nazis, right? And so if you ever meet German people, they'll tell you about how they were forced to feel ashamed that they were German because of what happened in the Second World War. And, you know, I think a lot of the critical race theory also sort of maybe promotes the idea of white supremacy. Maybe it's very subtle. Am I right or am I wrong? What do you think? I mean, I haven't got any experience of critical race theory, but
I grew up in liberal schools. They taught us about things you don't really hear about in school. I moved from impoverished city slum to higher prevalence suburbs, and the education was very different when I moved into the suburbs. They started to teach us that the news is corrupt, that there's a program on the news to brainwash us, that race is an illusion, that we have more common with other people with our blood types than we do with our race or color of our skins. And when we were told these things in school, I don't necessarily think it was part of the syllabus. We weren't supposed to be necessarily told that or allowed to be told that. But these teachers were telling us things that we needed to know in this school that I went to, and it wasn't necessarily approved by academia. But I think most people in academia learn about the various races and their stereotypes and things. And so there's really nothing there scientifically to show that a populace with a different color skin has particular traits about them. There's nothing that can really delineate things from skin color as much as they're trying to reach towards with these assumptions. But you know, there's an aspect in existentialism and philosophy. We learned that when people have expectations, they tend to live to uphold those expectations. And so if people are thought to be a certain way based on the color of their skin, they may live to become like that just so they're not ostracized by other people in that race as trying to become better than them. So oftentimes there will be something that happens where people will fall into the stereotypes that are expected just because that expectation is there. It doesn't necessarily mean that those people will have that trait. But I've found that African people do have less, and Asian people do have less of a predisposition to mental disorders, and they have more inner peace typically as compared to white people. Also, they can go in meditation from their mind space into their heart space much more effortlessly than white people can. So there are some differences amongst the populations, mostly cultural differences, I would think. But
yeah, we say in South Africa that black people have got rhythm.
Yeah,
they got rhythm. They can
I think
dance. They got, you know, and it's true. Yeah, that's why I've always said, like, I must be black.
My mother,
I must be a black guy in a white body, dude. Because when you see me dance, you know I've got rhythm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my mother can dance. But she's part African bushman, and I got that from her. My father can't dance. He's just purely white.
I noticed my lips when I was a boy. And I always used to look at the black people's lips. And I used to go, hey, I've got lips like black people.
Me too.
I used to notice all the other white people got these thin little lips. And I was like, I've got these black people's lips. That's interesting. And I always noticed, and I always thought, I wonder, there must be a small part of me that's black. I always thought that as a kid.
Myself too. You know? I feel like I'm more black in my mind.
Yeah, like I get on better with black people often than what I do with white people.
Yeah,
I find them more straight up.
Yeah.
You know, white people tend to be a little bit more often. Yeah, in South Africa, like a little more two-faced. Like if black people don't like you, they'll tell you, I don't like you. I'm going to get up my machete. I'm going to chop you up. You
Yeah,
know where you stand, you know? The
yeah.
white people, they're like, no, we love you. We love you. Quickly get him when he turns around, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Funny how that
But
is.
yeah, what I meant when I was talking about the critical race theory is like there seems to be a big focus on white supremacy and racial power are maintained over time. And they want us to believe that this white supremacy is a normal thing. In the same way that we're supposed to believe that Muslim looking people are carrying bombs, right? The same brainwashing that
There
has
is
been very subtly pushed into our brains that, like, you
there's
go
somewhat
into London, there was bad at a time where if people got into the tube and they looked like they had a bag and they were like they're brown skinned or red skinned Muslim looking people, everybody would shuffle uncomfortably and you'd feel the air, that you'd feel the consciousness and go like people are suddenly getting afraid that this person's got a bomb because the media was pushing it. And I think on some level, like, critical race theory is supposed to make white people feel ashamed for turning black people into slavery on some subtle level, when actually when you went to Africa, black people were enslaving black people, red people were enslaving red people, white people were enslaving white people, people were enslaving black people. The only reason why the white people get so much credit as being the slavers is because they were just maybe a little bit better at it than the other people in terms of their gunpowder gave them an edge that they could go to the other black tribes and say, we want you to capture other black tribes. So most of the slaves were being captured by certain African tribes that would catch other African tribes and turn them into slaves. And so the white people are supposed to be blamed for the slavery, but slavery was common. And I think that slavery was something that was done by all different races on the earth. In Africa, it was a tradition. If one tribe beat another tribe, they would take them as slaves. And this was nothing to do with white people. So why are white people being pushed with this white supremacy? I have seen more black supremacy than I have white supremacy in my life. I've seen a lot of black people preaching black supremacy. I've come across a lot of Indian people teaching Dravid supremacy, right? So I think every race within it has a very small percentage of supremacists.
Yeah.
But now, when we talk about critical race theory, we're talking about white supremacy. Well, why aren't we talking about black supremacy?
Well, I think
You
it
see where
has
I'm coming from?
the fact that like the black supremacy is amongst the black population. They want to be supreme amongst other black people, not necessarily go to somewhere else and be supreme over other people. The white people seem to want to go away from their homeland and conquer people in alien lands and become the boss of them, which to me is like the worst possible scenario. You don't want to go invade somewhere else, become the boss of some other people, and then tell them how to live and give them your culture, because by doing that, we've erased all of the world cultures, really. It's very saddening. So many languages, so many different beautiful patterns and artistry and things of like incredible beauty, and it's so sad that all these things have been stripped away because the white people just want to go boss everybody else around. Now, if the white people were trying to be supremacists in their own region amongst each other, that would be a lot like the African people are doing with each other and the Asian people are doing with each other. But for some reason, the Caucasians, they really want to go out and tell everybody that they're not safe and make everybody live in cages and hide everybody off from nature. Nature's dangerous to white people. I think we're more scared of nature than anybody else, and we want to hide everybody away from it. Either that
But
or some kind of a means of which the white people are trying to impose control on the entire human population to prevent some type of chaos from ensuing. Now, the story of Atrahasis, which was the first story of the flood, Atrahasis was able to create an ark and save his people, and he was rewarded by the gods and given immortality. It's not necessarily said that he was warned of the flood. He took it upon himself. Now, as the flood myths change over time, and they go from Atrahasis to Utnapishtim and Ziusudra, then later it said that Enki warned Ziusudra, and it was his hybrid son with a human woman. And so, even though Enlil was maddened by the fact that Enki was able to come in and tell people about this secret flood that they were trying to use to purge humanity with, Enlil first became enraged about it, and then he counseled with the gods. And at that point, the gods agreed on new measures to control the human population and prevent future chaos. So according to this, they've been watching over us since the flood to impose their measures of control. And it's said that as Dionysus traveled with the grape seeds and the vine culture, that he warned people of the dangers of cannibalism and human sacrifice in his travels. And so similar things are said of Enki and Rama. As they traveled, they helped provide people with high culture of civilization, and they helped them move away from the detriments of chaos and the problems of humans not understanding how to have agriculture, not understanding how to have proper shelters. Those dangers were ravaging us, and there was these gods that came out to help give us more guidance after that. Usually that god was Enki or Ningshita, the ones who were willing to be compassionate and liberate the human population that had been exiled from Babylon. So it's interesting how these gods come out and help bring high culture to the people that have been exiled and lost, living in caves. But there's a theory that says that the people of the northern climates or of the cold region will become more advanced over time technologically than the people of the southern regions. And then if they were to travel back to the southern regions, that they would become superior. And it's thought that in the Ibero-Mauritian theory that the people of Western Europe migrated down to the Mediterranean and created the Egyptian Empire by ruling over the southern people and using them as a workforce to create the megalithic structures of ancient Kemet, the pyramids and the tombs, and the many statues and obelisks were created by the instruction of the people who came down from the north that were of high technology. That theory suggests that the gods may have just been the Norse people.
Very interesting when you talk about the people from the north coming down to the south. We have the same thing here in Africa.
Yeah.
And just to respond as well to what you were saying about the white people and the black people, when I look at African history, what I see is the same thing as the white people. I think it's an Aryan trait. I don't think it's a race trait. I think it's an Aryan trait to want to rule. And the Zulus with the blue eyes, right? They basically went thousands and thousands of miles away. So the Zulus with the blue eyes traveled like 5,000 miles to go and rule over other people elsewhere. And they ruled with an iron fist. Just as an example, they were like powerful ruling tribe. And then we look at Genghis Khan. Great invasions to other places, the Mongols. So those people, but they want to rule other people, right? They look at India as well. The great wars for people to rule people down in South India, like 4,000 miles away from the Himalayas, the Ashoka and all of these great warriors and warrior kings. And then we go, so like what I see is like, I think it's an Aryan trait, but we see the Aryan in the American Indian too. I think depends on where you were born. Like if you were living in a place where there was abundance, you'd probably be chilled out, wouldn't you? Like a lot of people in Africa, they had a good climate. If you were born up in the north and it was cold and you'd experienced cold winters and you know what hunger feels like, you'd probably be more inclined to want to go and build an empire, wouldn't one? Because one has coming from a harsh place, and if one has a tendency to be more sensitive to temperatures, for example, then one might feel an inclination towards wanting to go and rule because they want to be sure that their offspring will be safe. But it is interesting, getting back to the technology of the North and the South, wherever you go, there seems to be an old pattern. And the same with the Chaka Zulu. They had superior technology. They had superior staves. They had superior weapons. They had superior sandals, right? So that they and they had been taking them off because Chaka was like a merciless trainer. He wanted people to run and train barefoot, so that they would be tough and hard. But they came from great kings, and I'm guessing that there must be a real powerful heritage in Africa. But I wonder if the Africans had had the gunpowder and the ships, do you think they might have gone to go and rule the world? If they could?
Possibly.
Do you see where I'm coming from?
My experience is that African people don't really carry anxiety as much as white people. So when Carl Jung went to Africa and asked the African people what's good and bad, they said, it's good when I take my neighbor's wives and cattle. And they said, what's bad? It's bad when my neighbor takes my wives and cattle. So they didn't really have a very developed sense of morality. And that might be partially due to the fact that they really weren't worried that much about things so much. Because even if the neighbor takes your wives and cattle, the land is very abundant. You don't necessarily need meat and milk and blood or whatever they were using from the cattle to be able to get by, but it does make things a lot easier for them to plow their fields and such. So, and in their minds, it's just going to be a matter of time before they can steal their things back and get things in balance again. So I think compared to the white people, they couldn't imagine that anything would ever be stolen. If someone were to steal their wives, that would be unthinkable, I think, to white people. So that would mean genocide or something like that, I think. It's so intense for white people. They can't roll with the punches or go with the flow. And so all of these other cultures have a terrible name for the Caucasians. In Asia, they called us the barbarians. In South and Central America, they call us gringos. And to the Native Americans in North America, they call us the white devil. Or no, they call us the pale face. In Africa, they call us the white devil. And so it seems that whatever happened to the pale Caucasian population, they're in immense fear of the natural environment. And maybe it's just the case that they were in a hostile, cold environment that was not suitable for them. They just wanted to explore and then find someplace more suitable for them. That could very much be the case. But also the fact that they became so pale, maybe because white people lived underground for maybe hundreds of years or so, and that it severely affect our ability to cope and our ability to maintain our inner peace. Something seems to really upset us more than others. I don't know what that is, but we have a higher predisposition to mental disorders than the other races in the Caucasian race somehow, for some reason. Seems like there's a lot more anger in us. More fear.
Look at this. What do you think of this? So when we look at this, for example, so these are Native American Indian faces. Native American Indian people.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see?
Well, you got to bring up a picture.
I see people that look like they could be Tibetan, white.
Yeah.
I think that within the Native American, there were white people. I don't think that they were talking about white people when they were using those words. I think they were talking about Europeans,
right?
People from Europe that just happened to be white. I think that within their own culture, they had white people.
They did.
I think that within the Native American Indian culture, there was a range of different skin color. And I think they were all, so
There's
these
black,
are indigenous,
red-haired,
Native Americans, and the same you can find in all around the world. This is why I say, I don't think it's necessary to do with race. I think it's to do with the Merovingian bloodline rulers.
Yeah.
You with me? Like
Uh,
the population, they wouldn't have gone to war, but there was a small group of royalty that decided they wanted to go to war because they had their own agenda. And now, when we look back, this Illuminati agenda has been going for centuries. So they wanted to take charge of the whole world because they've got their own agendas. But and that agenda seems to be rooted back in ancient history of ancient technology that they want to bring back to Earth. And maybe it's got to do with connecting with the gods who they see as being their forefathers that they want to reconnect with. And so they are trying to breed themselves so that they will be recognized when their gods come back. If they can open these portals, CERN, whatever, to maybe bring their gods back. But this is what I was sort of getting at. Like, I don't know whether it's so much to do with race or whether it's more to do with our culture. And I think like the European culture, the European people, like, we talk about white supremacy within a culture, right? Do you know a lot of white supremacists?
I do down here in South United States, the southern part, Appalachia. There's a lot of white supremacists down here. They still use the N-word like all the time down here, constantly. Those people aren't black, they're you know what? And to me, that's very offensive. Having moved down here from the north, chill out, boy.
I get called a whitey.
Shut it.
Yeah. A lot of white people get offended because here in South Africa, white people are called whiteys. It's the same as a nigger in terms of what it means. And so when the Africans refer to a white guy, they say a whitey. And when the colored people refer, so I think like where I am here, the racism is inverted, but it's not in the people. That's the thing. The racism isn't in the people. The racism is in the government.
Yeah.
It's in the state. Malema is trying to incite racism. But actually, when you walk out into the street and you interact with people, people aren't racist. Most people aren't. There are black supremacists here in South Africa that are calling to basically throw all the white people in the sea. And that they want the world back. The white people must get out of the world because the black is the heritage of all of Earth. And so these ideas are quite like there are groups of people within South Africa that have these ideas, but it's a very small portion of the bigger population. And I don't know, like maybe America has got more of that. It's a sad idea because, like, generally speaking, when I've traveled the world, it seems that like most people are not actually racist. They might have been from like trained to be racist because of their society. Maybe the society we lived in has made us be like the way that we behave, has caused us to speak the way that we speak. But maybe let's go back to racism, right? How did racism start? Like, it was actually a state thing. So in America, there was, I think America was the first place to have racial law. And that racial law was exported from America, and it was in Europe. And that racial discrimination law was then exported to South Africa as well. And so the apartheid laws of South Africa were the same apartheid laws in America, were similar apartheid laws in England. And this was instituted on a state level, right? By the kings, the ruling kings and the queens, the Merovingian bloodlines that were in charge of our politics. And in South Africa, when did the laws change in America? Maybe you know, Indy. When did the state stop forcing people to be racist? Because we weren't just racist, we were taught to be racist. We were forced that this is a black place, this is a white place. Black people weren't allowed to mix with white people. White people were not allowed to mix with black people. Yeah?
She would know. My girlfriend would know more than me because I wasn't alive during this time, but it was in the 70s that segregation ended here. And it started with Rosa Parks. She was not allowed to sit in the front of the bus, but she did.
She wasn't supposed to.
And that was the
So
beginning of
and the same in South Africa. Like our segregation ended later than America. Our segregation only ended in the 80s,
wow.
right? The late 80s, early 90s was where our segregation was ending. Mandela. So your segregation ended 15 years before, but it was state induced. The people weren't, I don't think it was something that the people did or wanted. I think it was something that was sort of just done by the kings and the queens and the presidents and the political parties, and it was sort of pushed onto everybody, and everybody just sort of, okay, that's how it is. And then you were brainwashed in school as a white person to be told that you're better than black people. So people just thought, well, if the school knows, they must know. We must be better. And so I don't think the racism is an innate thing. I think it is something that was sort of programmed into humanity. And I think that, maybe this is why people complain about critical race theory and stuff. Maybe because there was other kinds of critical race theory before, and the critical race theory before was basically you must criticize people from other races because they're not as good as you. And now in South Africa, you've got the opposite kind of racial theory coming out, where a lot of black people are being told that they must hate the white people because the white people oppressed them. Yeah, the white people oppressed you. They came here, they built roads, they built nuclear power stations, they built all the stuff that they brought from Europe. Like, if Europe hadn't come to Africa, we'd still be running around with spears, right? So, Europe brought the technology back to Africa because Africa had lost its technology, or a lot of its technology. So, I think like when we look at the whole race story, it's very complicated. And I think like on every side of the fence, like here, for example, where I live, I get on better with the black people. I get on better with the colored people than with the white people because I feel more close to them because I watched them being persecuted as a child and I was angry. Yeah, I was angry about what was going on, and I wasn't happy about it because to me it didn't make sense. And so, I think there are a lot of white people like me. I don't think I'm that rare. Like most of the white people I've known, like they would rather that the racism wasn't there. And I remember when I was young and we weren't allowed to go in the streets because it was a state of emergency. That state of emergency applied to everybody. And the reason they wanted the state of emergency was because the government could then better control the black and white segregation. So they used martial law to force these agendas. And they put strict laws in that everybody would have to follow. And everybody, the white people, when I was young, were saying, well, I wish they would just drop all this nonsense. Like, we can all live together, and then we can actually walk around in the street at night without having to be forced into our homes at 8 p.m. because that's the law. So to me, it just seems like the whole idea of focusing on race is sort of counterproductive because I don't think race is really relevant. I mean, it has been made relevant, but I think it's been made relevant by the state, where the like you say, in America, the state has pursued and purposefully pushed black people down, right? The state forced them to live in certain areas where they were economically deprived. Those were not white people. That was the state, right? In South Africa, the state forced black people to be segregated from white people and gave them less opportunities in life. That wasn't white people who did that. It was the state that did that. But now the race is being blamed for what the state did, because the people who were in power just happened to be white. But they were part of a very small minority of Aryans that think that they are better than the other white people. So they were just supremacist white over other races. They were white supremacist over white. Well, what do you think about that as a notion? When we look at these bloodlines and the Illuminati presence and the, because I've often thought about that, you read how they came and tried to change our history. The original history was different. It was in the 1800s that they started making racist history.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
And they started trying to change it as if to say that, like, well, India must have got Sanskrit from the white people, right? And they tried to change a lot of history.
a lot of the changes, a lot of the differences we see in the races have more to do with the climate that people live in. The people that live in a hotter climate will have a much stronger libido. People that live in a colder climate have less abundance and a lower libido, and so that strongly affects people's aggression levels. But I think what's going on is that the Europeans have come to understand that the tropical people have a strong libido and that it's easy to take advantage of that. Sex sells. They use that to diminish their people by putting them into places where they're going to be overly impulsive and impetuous, and they're going to use like sex to make them crazed, and then make it in such a way where the people don't know how to get along with each other, where they have the battle of the sexes, so that the sexes don't get along with each other, but they want each other, but they don't want each other, and they hate each other, and that whole thing. I feel like they've used that for the tropical populations, and they've used the cover it up with the races. They say this is because of the color of their skin that they're like this, and we could take advantage of them by using this. But I think if you were to take people that have dark colored skin from the tropical region and move them into a northern region, I think over a couple generations, they would have a lower libido and be less aggressive over time. But I think there's some aspect of the Europeans' aggression that even though they're less aggressive and have a lower intensity and libido than people of the tropical region, there's something that's very very motivated about the people of Europe, of the northern regions, for people that live in such a place that the cold climate kind of tends to make people have better mood typically. But we see like that's an exception with the Caucasian people for some reason. Typically, when you're in a warmer climate, it'll make people more uncomfortable and more. It can make you kind of moody. The heat will make people moody, whereas the cold makes people very. Their adrenaline spikes when they're in the cold. It's like, oh my god, I need to get out of this cold quick. And then when you get out of that cold and you get into a warm place, that's where the mood increases. That's when you get the adrenaline is gone, and then norepinephrine comes in, and then you feel that inner peace, that motivation. So I think it's that norepinephrine that makes the people in the colder climate more motivated to develop higher technology, develop more systematic things and ways of doing things. And then the people that live in the warmer region, they don't have norepinephrine driving their motivations. Their motivations are more diminished by the moodiness, and they want to just feel comfortable and relax more than overdo it and try to go too far with doing things and be overworked and overburdened and burnt out from the heat. So they have to take things at a slower pace in the tropical regions, which is something that the northerns can take advantage of.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I think
Yeah.
it's a big part of it, you know, and the fact that you're going to have a cold winter, so you better make hay while the sun shines,
Exactly. Yeah.
because you don't have much time.
No second chance.
When that winter comes, that's it. It's
Yeah.
going to be dangerous, and it's going to be cold, and if you're out there alone, the wolves will get you, kind of thing. You know, where in Africa it was like, so what? It's winter. No, what? I just wear one extra layer of cotton. I'll be fine. You know, maybe have a piece of skin to cover my hair, keep me dry. But I think that there's a big part of that when it comes to the north, and you know, and you see it in like in Africa, you know, and it makes you sort of consider, like, imagine like places like Egypt, right, where they had deserts. Yeah, maybe they didn't have deserts at that time. Well, it seems like there was a lot of greenery.
Yeah. Much different than we have now.
But Egypt conquered the world, and I think Egypt was mixed races, as far as I can tell. What are your pickups on Egypt, because when you look at Egypt, you see that there are genetic references. And for those of you out there, you can go and look this up. You can go and look up. There's quite a lot of information available for the different genetic codes, like Egyptian. I think there were subgroups of Egyptian, white, black, and red people. Genetic records found in ancient times. Maybe that's a bad search term. So, so when you look at the genetic studies on ancient Egypt, the mummies show a closer genetic relation to the Near East, particularly the Levant, rather than to sub-Sahara Africa. Modern Egyptians, however, have a higher proportion of sub-Saharan African ancestry compared to their ancient counterparts. So here we're seeing that seems to be, they're talking about the Dravidians, right? But then there are also some mummies that are found that seem to be Caucasian in terms of like the blue eyes. Maybe they were like Dravid skin color. Then it seems like there were some ancient Egyptians that were like blonde haired from what you can find. So like I think like the Egyptians were a warring nation, weren't they? They were very much a dominant force, and who knows how big that true empire really was, because they had like quite a broad reach, didn't they? But they had ships, so they had technology, and they had like, they had the whirl, and maybe they were in a desert. Maybe what was happening in Egypt, the decline of Egypt, might have been the change of climate. Does that make sense? Where the abundance in the water was becoming less, and so they were more dependent upon the Nile than the other waterways and the other water that they had, and so they started to become more and more desperate and needed to get food from further away, because it was getting harder and harder to grow food, as slowly but surely the land they were in that had once been fertile was turning into a desert, the desert that we see today. So, that's interesting that you put there about the cold. I think also desert people maybe tend to be a little bit more aggressive as well. Would that be a fair assertion?
Yeah, for sure. Also, you have those cold nights in the desert too, which can also boost norepinephrine as well, and then make them more motivated. Plus, they really can't do much during the day, so they have to focus on doing things in the twilight hours. So they have limited time to do things, and they have a lot to do, just like preparing for the cold season, kind of. On the flip side.
And Bernadine saying, what about the blonde, blue-eyed woman put into submarines going to Antarctica? Well, they would have probably been from like what they call like Aryan stock, that they would have checked out their ancestry. But it's very interesting, I think, when we start to really like deep dive into this, and we start to look at like just exactly who the Aryans are. Like I used to believe they were white people, but the more I research it, the more it seems to be pointing out now that the Aryans were not race specific.
Yeah, it's interesting how the color of the skin doesn't really define the race, because we have these Aborigine people, we have these people from India with very dark black skin, but they're Caucasian. So it kind of seems like we can gain more understanding of the supposed races by like the hair type and the eye type than we can from the skin color, really. Because the skin colors are all mixed in all the different races. You have dark Asians, you have dark Caucasians, you have light colored Africans. There's some people that are of African descent. They have African yellow hair and African facial features, but they're pale with blonde hair. And I've had two of those people in my school, in my middle school where I grew up in the slums. There was a guy on my soccer team. that was black, but he was white. He had all the black features.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's quite interesting. Bernardine's talking about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman that were taken as breeding stock by the Nazis to Antarctica.
Yeah.
And I've heard stories about the woman. I didn't know there were 160 of them. That's interesting. Thanks for that information, Bernardine. I'll definitely go and look that up. For those of you out there, go and research this. It's worth looking into. When I've heard the stories about blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman being taken in the submarines, I didn't realize the numbers that people are talking about. But 160 is substantial, because with 160 women that are maybe having 5 or 6 children, if they premium health, 7 children, right? They're eating properly, not GMO food, none of the Coca-Cola rubbish, then that would be within one generation, 160 times 7 with decent technology and medicine. That'd be like 1,000, right? And the second generation, that'd be like 7,000, right?
Wow.
And the third generation, that'd be like 50,000. And the fourth generation, that'd be like 350,000. The fifth generation, that would be like 2.5 million. The sixth generation, that would be like 15 million. So they could populate an entire country, right?
Wow.
In what, 8 generations, 9 generations?
That's pretty fast.
Think about it. Like, it wasn't that long ago that women were having 8, 9 babies, 7 babies,
True.
Women would be able to do that today if we didn't live the lifestyle we lived. If we didn't eat processed food, genetically modified food, poisoned water, poisoned vaccines, poisoned medicine, poisoned pills, poisoned this, food colorings, cell phone radiation, Wi-Fi, mental degradation by Hollywood. If we didn't have all of this crap and we were like completely healthy, like we'd be able to like father children till we were like in our 70s. A woman would be able to like pop them out, like, they'd be able to, like, seriously, do you know how many babies, the most babies one woman's ever had in their life is? Can you imagine what that number is?
It's like in the 60s or 70s. She had a lot of triplets. It was crazy.
There are women that mothered 60, 70 children in one life.
Yeah.
So, those were the old days before genetically modified food and poison and crap and the way that we live and this lifestyle, which has been pushed on us, you could say, by white people, but I'd say it's by a certain small group of white people that control all the money.
69.
And
16 twins, 7 triplets, and 4 quadruplets. She had 69.
69 kids.
Yep.
Well, her pussy hurt.
one woman, that's what you
Yeah.
call a breeder. And
Yeah,
so that's like what humans are capable of on the
Yeah,
extreme. But I
they
think
just-
like on the average, a woman would be able to have 7 or 8 kids if she was really healthy.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Cut my-
Women can only have that many. Men can have countless amounts of children. It's pretty strange how that is.
No, they can't. They think they can.
Age
They can
lose.
produce
ability.
sperm for those children, but being a father,
Oh, that's true.
like, could you imagine?
They would not have the
Like
time.
being a father to one child seems like a big job.
Yeah.
So like being a father to 8 kids would be quite a job,
Oh yeah.
because you got to like
Hold on, I had
protect
seven.
all of your children, don't you?
Listen,
In a sense.
Yeah, well, with the amounts of people that aren't able to reproduce anymore, I think we're gonna have to have one person starting to make like a lot of kids for everybody else to father, because these men can't really even reproduce anymore a lot of times. Women have had issues with that for a long time, but we're seeing more problems with men becoming sterile now for whatever reason.
You mean since 2020?
Yeah,
look at that shit, man.
that's a big part of it. since 2020, it's been going a lot higher. Sterility and issues like that have become much more prevalent now. Also, you have to think about it. There's endocrine disruptors in our food packaging and in our food and medicine and in the air that have become more prevalent as well over time. So this has just become something that's easier to notice. But also it's been covered up. And so you see in Asia, soy is very prevalent and that the men have become very diminished. Their aggression is very diminished. The soy is an endocrine disruptor. It's a phytoestrogen. So it makes them
Yeah.
testosterone. So they've done that to the world with this bisphenol A plastic packaging. It comes to us as just like a package, and we just take what's in it, but it's giving us estrogen. So for younger women, they're becoming more fertile earlier on. For men, our testosterone is becoming more and more diminished to the point where men are starting to lose hair and start to age in their 20s. And they say that a man in his 20s now has less testosterone than a man in his 50s back in the 50s.
Yeah. I scratched my head on that. What again? You been walking today? You been walking today?
They've also found that it's affecting animals in Africa. Like the female lions have been growing manes, and the elephants have been getting smaller penises to the point where they can no longer reproduce with the females a lot of times. And so it's really affecting the wildlife. So it's showing that even though we take in these poisons in the foods that we're given directly, that these endocrine disruptors and phytoestrogens are also coming to us through nature, through the air and through water and through the soil, that they're becoming so prevalent that they're bombarding us from all directions now. And it's something you have to consider whether this was intentional or not. You can protect yourself from these things by, avoiding plastic packaging and phytoestrogens. And if you're a woman that's in premenopausal or postmenopausal or in menopause, the estrogen packaging and estrogen phytoestrogens in the food can actually be helpful potentially, because at that age for women, it's suggested that you start to take estrogen supplements anyhow. So it almost seems like they're setting things up for older women to benefit, but everybody else is in detriment. Or if it
Man, so true.
Could just be accidental. You never really know. But they have had the chance to change it, and be accountable, but they'd rather just keep the money, I think, keeping things going.
Bernardine is pointing out a lot of interesting information here, which we should probably look at. And we all know about the children on the trains across Americas, and the breeding boxes that they had after the mud flood. When they suddenly came out and they had all these great fairs, like the fairs of the future, technology fairs, and how many orphans there were, these orphan trains. Very hard to track the information. There's a lot of information out there. But then she's also pointing out, all of these women, 160 women, basically, according to the story, right, were taken to Antarctica. What were they doing in Antarctica? What is this agenda? So from my perspective, it seems like the Aryans spread out, and within the Aryans, there was a small select that became these Merovingian bloodlines. It became royalty. And this royalty has kept it in the family, right? George Bush related to the Queen. I'm pretty sure Trump must have royal genetics in him too. And so all of the royalties have become the ruling classes politically and financially in the huge corporate seats. So when I speak of royalty ruling the world, I think we can all sort of understand that there seems to be some kind of evidence pointing towards this. The Bilderbergers are really managing this affair, seemingly. And what is this agenda? To gain control of the entire world's governmental systems and create a one world government to control the whole of the world. And use white people as a, thing. It's like, okay, this is a white people thing. Try and condition the white people to feel superior. And so they have got, like you say, where you live, maybe white supremacy, but like around the world, when you meet a lot of white people that don't really think that way, especially in Europe, a lot of white people like are with non-white girlfriends and white girls with non-white boyfriends, right? It's
Yeah.
especially popular in Europe, and it's not an unusual thing. So that sort of says a lot that people are prepared to have a lover that's a different race. Means that you don't mind what if your child comes out this or that, right? So you wouldn't have such an issue with race,
It
specifically.
through the generations a little bit here. I have my neighbor is a black KKK member. They inducted him into the KKK because he has a good work ethic and he's respectful and he doesn't cheat on women. So on people's wives. So they respected him and they celebrated him and gave him a hood. And I thought this was a joke, but this is serious. And they said that they'll take anybody that's ignorant now and they'll lynch them if they're sleeping with other people's wives or they have a bad work ethic and they're going stealing from people in their workplace. They'll lynch those people, not because of the color of their skin, because of their behavior, because of their morals or lack thereof. So that's changing. That wasn't the case only, a decade or two ago. It was just about the color of the skin, really. And now it's changed a little bit. It's more reasonable now, as absurd as it is.
That is fascinating. I'm just going to go and let my child into his bed and check him in. I'm going to be back in a minute.
Okay. So I was mentioning earlier about the Zep Tepi, the beginning of time. It's called the first time, but it's not the beginning of time per se. It's the beginning of the counting of time after the flood. And according to the ancient Egyptians, the flood happened around 36,400 years ago. And we've been counting the days since then. They still celebrate a holiday called Wepen Renpet. Wepet Renpet, which is the opening of the year and is linked with the counting of the Zep Tepi. So it starts when the Zep Tepi began. And this is quite interesting because this time period doesn't line up with the other time periods that have been linked with Atlantis flooding or with Zechariah Sitchin's crossing of Nibiru around 5000 BC. It's a much older date. And so this date can kind of suggest to us that if the Sphinx was thought to have been built at least 10,000 years ago, well, if there's a count that goes back 36,000 years, that Sphinx could even be older than 10,000 years old. And even though they began the Zep Tepi 36,000 years ago, this doesn't mean that the megalithic structures were then just being built initially, that it may have taken them thousands of years or 10,000 or tens of thousands of years to be able to get the megalithic structures that they have today. But it's said that the pyramid shape is actually shaped after the shape of the mound of the Zep Tepi, which the Zep Tepi is a mound that was created after the flood that was wiping out and collapsing the world that Ptah had created through the secret words that brought the world and the peoples to the world. After the flood came, that world collapsed. Now the new world was created by the creation of a mound, because after the collapsing of Ptah's world, all that remained was none, the endless sea. In order to create land again, the Zep Tepi was created by one of the gods. He created a mound from which all of the things of earth and the land have come. So that mound was somewhat shape of a pyramid. And as they developed, they began to build their megalithic structures in the shape of the Zep Tepi. Interestingly, Osiris, who is thought to be linked to Ham, Noah's son, and Isis, I'm about to spark up, just stop, were said to have ruled for over 400 years. And then they passed down rulership to the pharaohs for thousands of years. After which, Alexander the Great himself ended the civilization of Egypt in 332 BCE
Yep.
by destroying the last pharaoh, and ending the Hellenistic period of the Egyptian civilization. Of course, at that point, the Greeks had taken over, and the Hellenistic period ensued. So the original ancient Egyptian pharaohs were no longer the rulers of their own civilization at that point, when the Hellenistic reign came in. And it was at this point that they changed some of the gods. There was a combination of Osiris. And stop talking about leaving. I'm talking on a show.
Maybe I gotta go.
Smoke a blunt. Let's.
No, you shut your
All right.
You don't let me shut up.
So, as I mentioned earlier, when Shem traveled to the Middle East, the Shemites include the Arab, Hebrew, Akkadian, and Phoenician, as well as possibly Aramaic, as I mentioned earlier, peoples. And so they're the descendants of Shem. The Japhites, as I mentioned earlier, it's not really understood as to where they went. It's not really understood that there's a scientific population known as the Japhites, but they are associated with having gone to Europe and becoming seafaring and then populating Eastern Asia, which to me is hard to believe because
Phoenicians?
the Japhites,
Phoenicians, maybe?
they were the seafaring Phoenician people potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as far as like the Asian and African populations, I don't necessarily see that they came from Noah and Noah's sons. But what do you think about that? Do you think that's possible that the African and Asian people came from sons of Noah?
I
Not
think
his- him and
I,
that
th- I
diverse?
think that they look. Let's put it this way. I think that I think by now, the sons of Noah have mixed their bloodlines with everybody. So I think that every race has got some of that Noah's genetics in them. I don't think there's anyone that doesn't. Even though there are certain groups that say, well, they are more special because they've got a more direct bloodline to Noah. I don't think it works like that. Yeah, my sense, I don't get that impression. I get the feeling that maybe it's more, it's more mixed than what we realize. Om Namah Shivaya. You see, we got Jeremy in the house. We got Howard's here. We've got a lot of people arriving. Mexico, you're back. Sending you big love. But yeah, I do think that like this Noah's bloodlines have basically reached all corners of the earth, and that we are really fundamentally all connected to this Aryan heritage seems to me to have been a reality, because like we looked, how long would it take those women? How long would it take those women to produce so many children? What was it? Eight generations you can breed a country out of how many women? When you think about it, it's quite incredible, right? And so that exponential breeding curve over tens of thousands of years. I mean, just how much of the population would have been related to Noah in one way or another, and then crossbred and thinking that these three, the Japhites, the Shemites, and the what were the other ones called? The ones that went to Africa.
Hamites.
Hamites. Those three I think they were three different. They had three different looks. Maybe one of them had red hair. Maybe one of them had like dark skin. Maybe one of them had white skin. Maybe two of them had blue eyes. Who knows? So I
Yeah.
think like, this is why we've got such a huge differentiation in the population and why everybody's the same, because you would imagine that the genetics of Enki would have given people a supreme advantage intellectually and with their brain and with their development, right? But this seems to be, we all seem to be the same. Whether you're black or you're Indian or you're white or whatever, we've all got similar capacities when it comes to sports or intellectual potential. It's all based upon, what your conditioning is, right? So in that sense, it seems to me that we've all got some of the good stuff in us. If that makes sense, brother.
It does. I'm right on with that. Yeah. And I think they try to focus on our appearances and try to focus on our differences. And that's our ego that really notices those things. But when we can see past that ego and understand our similarities and how to integrate with each other and understand how to focus on our commonality, we can get along so much better and we can go so much further. But as long as we're divided, it's going to be very easy to control us.
Well, this is what I think critical race theory is about. It's about creating distinctions and divisions between race. They want to divide up the racial groups. They want to divide the men from the women, right? Then they want to divide the men from the men who think they're men and the men who think they're women. Then they want to divide the women from the women who think they're men and the women who think they're women. And then they want to subdivide those groups up until you've got lots of small little subdivisions. And then each subdivision can be managed with a particular type of propaganda targeting that subdivision. It seems to be what the agenda is total absolute control. And so bringing it back to what Bernardine was talking about, Antarctica, I think there's a big story about Antarctica that hasn't really been allowed to be told on the main stage of the public. Why Admiral Byrd went out there with such a huge armada. We all know the story. He went out there with a huge, how many soldiers? Like,
No,
how many pilots? How many ships?
Did he not? Did he go into the South Pole, under the crust there in the South Pole? Because when I looked it up online, they're saying
Did he go to the North Pole?
North Pole. He didn't go to the North Pole. They're changing
Sorry,
the story.
yeah, he went to the North Pole. Sorry, did I say Antarctica? I mean,
he went over the North Pole, but he didn't get brought in under the ice sheet by Flugelrads until he went to Antarctica, according to the flight log record, right?
Yeah.
So they're mixing
Doesn't make
up
sense, does it?
They're mixing up the story now. Whenever there's something that comes in that's true that they don't want people to know about, they'll put in disinformation that's similar that people are going to flip over. And so people are now going to think, oh, no, it's north. No, it's south. It very well may have been both. But the South Pole is the one that we're more familiar with, which they're now trying to misrepresent as the North Pole. So it's becoming confused. You can see where this misinformation, it makes it harder for people to understand the truth. So
it means there must be something to that story. Yeah. And there must be a breakaway civilization. And a lot of these UFOs that we're seeing might not be necessarily extraterrestrial. Most of them may just be a breakaway civilization on Earth, where there's a small select group of Aryans that have created their breakaway civilization for their little clan, and they leave just enough of them in the rest of the world to rule the world, ruling the world with money and economics and poison and everything. And now they're shifting the people into smaller cities and leaving most of the world pristine. Like almost like they're out there growing a population that they're going to want to repopulate the world with, and they're pushing us into smaller little boxes. And then the transhumanist agenda is maybe the nails in the coffin, as it were, to basically do what is, a major cull as well as a complete transformation and disfiguration of humanity as we know it, so that they can bring back their own offspring and put them here, and they've got all these pristine forests, which are basically a big thing at the moment, isn't it? Like in America, a lot of people don't even have access. They're not even allowed to go to a lot of the forests in America. Is that true?
Yeah, it's very guarded. Like if you go there, they watch you like a hawk. Like a lot of people try to pick ginseng out here, and if you try to go into the national parks, they'll catch you fast. I got caught in North Carolina. You can have marijuana that's not typical marijuana. It's got a distillate spray of like cannabinoids from hemp that you can buy in a store. And I went out into the woods and I was smoking some of this legal hemp. And on the national park, any amount of THC, even if it's like the smallest amount, which marijuana can have up to like 20 or 30% now. Now, this stuff didn't have very much. And it was like 0.5%. It doesn't get you high or anything. And I got charged $300 fine. These guys found me within like 10 minutes. And these places are huge. So they really cover a lot of land on there, and they really watch you like a hawk on these national parks. You can't get away with anything. And the laws are a lot more strict.
That doesn't make any sense.
It's crazy.
Are they trying to hide something?
Definitely. There's
You
parts
know.
where you go.
It just causes me to want to ask questions about Bigfoot and all of these other creatures that people are constantly
stories.
seeing.
The strangest thing about the Bigfoot stories is that when some of these people disappear, their clothes are there folded up in a pile. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. It's strange to me. But there's been so many movies.
Bigfoot has a clear etiquette towards laundry.
He does. He doesn't want it to be wrinkled or anything. Very considerate. But no, there's a lot of movies that have been drawn a connection between extraterrestrials, which I call intraterrestrials, and Bigfoot. But the guy Lowell Johnson that supposedly was brought into Telos below Mount Shasta said that the Bigfoots were the guardians of the gateways. They moved these boulders that open the gate that will allow the intraterrestrials to rise up and come out of there. But you can't necessarily see them. They're somewhat invisible, according to his story, if they want to be. And so they can have the gates open and come out and do their little seances or whatever they do and then go back, and nobody would ever see them. But there's people, there's the Israel Telos Connection group or something that would go out there and bring Hebrew people to commune with the Telosians. And they're said to be like 9 to 12 foot giants with white robes that are very wise and timeless people. They live long, long lives. And according to their stories, that in order to have a child, you have to have a very significant relationship, and then you have to choose like 10 different like godparents, and then you have to go through all this training to become a parent and stuff. It's very developed. It's interesting. I don't know if somebody made this up. They've got a very creative mind. But if this is something they learned, it seems possible that this is something. We've made contact now with these Telosians, which claim to have been from Lemuria. I interviewed Lowell Johnson myself. It was a pretty interesting interview. Me and my team from Rising from the Ashes.
Who did you interview yourself?
Lowell Johnson, who said to have been brought down to Telos, the Lemurian civilization that exists below Mount Shasta in California, the remnants of Lemuria.
So that's very interesting. You know, this is what the Aryan Reich was looking for in Tibet. So they were trying to get back to a culture that they felt that they were an offshoot for, whether it was to find the technology or to find the rest of that culture. It seemed they were definitely looking for, you know, those legended lands known in the Himalayas, right? And depends on which culture you ask. Like the Tibetans, they've got various names for it, but let's just call it like a Lemurian aftermath, if you will, highly sophisticated, enlightened place where there's high technology and you can access this at certain places in the north. So it seems to me that the north has always been an important point for all of this. And now we can't have this conversation without looking at like, okay, so we're going to assume that the world is round. I can't do that. I can't assume the world's round. I can't assume the world's flat. I can't assume the world's concave. Concave makes sense to some degree.
Well,
Just how far can a railgun shoot?
I think, it depends on the eyes that see. Like I've been able to see all points of the globe from one point in space somehow. When my spirit was called up in an out-of-body experience to the sun, which I thought was the sun that we know of Helios, which very well may have been the central sun. I was seeing through different eyes, and I was able to obtain information about everything across the globe, all living beings, and I was able to see within them the light within, not the surface light that reflects. And so I felt like I was seeing through the eyes of God. And in those eyes, everything was flat. You can see everything right in front of your eyes. Even though it's around the corner, you can see around corners. So I don't know how, but his ability to see with the inner eye to make round things flat.
So a railgun can shoot very far, right?
Yeah.
And they can hit targets at very long distance. So how does that work if the world is round?
Well, they have to account for the bullet dropping from gravity over time. So they have to at least account for shooting a little bit higher. And part of that may include a subtle aspect of the curvature, which would be a much smaller amount. But if you could take away gravity, then you would be able to see what that amount is. It'd be very minuscule, I think. And of course, there'd be some places where actually Earth could be concave, like on a plateau or something, where the world around you goes up instead of down. Like if you were in a crater, for example.
So, because, like, I think a railgun can shoot a bullet in a straight line very far before it starts to drop off because of the high velocity. The velocity is overcoming the forces of gravity, right? And like, if Earth curvature is to be what Earth curvature is, right? Then I think 20 miles, the curvature you should lose. What is it? In 20 miles, is it about 12 feet? Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I'm pretty sure a railgun can shoot in a straight line about 40 miles. So how accurate is a railgun at hitting a round target? What is maximum distance of railgun to hit round small target? And so they can hit targets about 70 miles away, right? So are we talking about 27 feet of Earth curvature in terms of height, right? So a railgun can hit a round target at 27 feet away. I mean, at 70 miles away, or up to, depending on weather conditions and wind and all of that, a round target, which means that you can see that target from that distance, right? So according to Earth curvature, it doesn't compute because we're talking about a substantial amount of drop off in 70 miles. And I think it must be at least about 30 feet. So we're talking about unless you are on top of a 10-floor building. No, I'm exaggerating. Sorry. Unless you're like unless you are
How much calibers does a railgun have?
10 meters, it's about, unless you're on the third floor of a building. Unless you're on the third floor of a building, you can't see the target because of Earth curvature. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Just think
But,
of like the
thing though about it is that
you need to be on the third floor to be able to see the target. So how can you hit a target unless the gun is 3 floors up in the air? It just doesn't. There's a lot that just doesn't add up when you think about it, and you go, well. But apparently these railguns can shoot like hundreds of miles. But then, like you say, then they have to point the barrel up, and they've got to shoot at an angle.
yes.
But in a straight line, the bullets can propel like they can hit targets, round targets at up to 70 miles. That would probably be like perfect windless conditions.
Closest distance between 2 points is not a line; it's a curve because we don't live on a flat surface. So if you study like the science of this and go back to the beginning of our understanding of how they figured out that the Earth is round, you don't have to own anything technological and fancy or expensive like a railgun or anything in a 3-floor building to be able to do this. If you have a stick, you can measure the curvature of Earth by the shadow of a stick. By charting the shadow, you can discern what was found by Eratosthenes and measuring the angle and length of the shadow at different locations and times. You can calculate the Earth's circumference and prove its curvature. And so you can also see the seasons. So as the shadow of the stick moves, say that you start to map that. As you map that shadow, you start to see and prove that the Earth is curved.
Here's what I noticed. When I stand with my feet in the water.
You can mark every day at noon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I can see across the bay and I can see the sea sand.
Mm-hmm.
And I shouldn't be able to see the sea sand across the bay because of the mileage and the Earth curvature. It should be hidden. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's down below the horizon, right?
It should be below the horizon according to the maths and the Earth curvature, but it isn't. I can see it. And I don't understand why I can see it. Because I know what that beach looks like because I've been there. And that beach doesn't have a lot of altitude for the white sand. So the white sand is below my field of vision, but I can see it. But so according to the Earth curvature, I should not be able to. So my eyes must be seeing in a curve. But the light isn't following the Earth. The light isn't moving around in a curve. The curvature of light is a very different factor. Which like it's measured in like millions of miles, right? Light curvature doesn't apply to a small distance like across my beach. And it's like, I think it's about 17, 18 miles or something, 20 miles, something like that. But I can see the other side. And so,
but why can't we see China, though, if you go high enough?
So it's 8 inches per mile. Right? So, across,
They say that like when you see a ship go over the horizon, you see the hull disappear before the mast. So you can still see like the sail, but the hull is gone.
so when I'm looking here, when I'm looking here, what's the exact distance? It's 21 miles, right? Across
Yeah.
my bay. But where I'm looking at, it's about 18 miles, 19, 20 miles, maybe just a little less than 20 miles, 18, 19 miles to the beach. And I know where I'm looking. I know how much sand there is on their beach. I know the distance of how high the sand goes. So we're talking about 20 times 8, which is 160 inches, right?
Yeah.
So 160 times 2.5.
So they say that if you go to 50,000 feet, that's the height you need to go to see the curvature of the Earth and see the curve. Supposedly.
So what I know according to the maths is that there's 4 meters. The Earth curvature from me to the other side of False Bay is 4 meters.
So it should be 4 meters below the horizon.
Yeah, but it isn't.
Dang.
And I can see it. And I can see the white sand. And now I know, because I know that beach and I've been there a lot of times, there's not a 4 meter incline of white sand. Do you understand what I'm getting at here?
What if you don't see the shore? What if you see like 4 meters above?
I can see the shore.
Like a mirage of like 4 meters above the shore, meeting the waves, and it looks like the shore. That's probably what you're seeing.
No, at night I can see the lights, which is just on the shore.
Probably 4 meters above the shore, right?
It's one of those things. It's one of those things. And people have done tests with cameras and setting up, and
you could try to zoom in and see if you can see the actual shore. If you were able to have somebody put a marker there, or you could actually notice something particular that you know is there on the shore. You could probably make an argument here that either the curvature is a lot less, or that there's something questionable about the curvature altogether.
And if the curvature is less, then who lied to us and why?
Yes.
Is the Earth much bigger than what it's told to be?
Yeah, that's one of the theories, that Antarctica is just a wall, and that you can go further to the actual equators further down.
Or are we actually on the inner Earth? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I've often thought that maybe this Earth is much bigger than what we think it is, and that we've been taught to think we're on a small little planet when we're actually on something much bigger, because we're not allowed to know what's out there. Maybe there's a place where there's freedom and free people, and they don't live like we live. Yeah.
Yes.
And we're not supposed to know because we're being farmed. I don't know. But it's just interesting when... Sorry?
Here's a secret about everything. They say that when Rama was done wandering around bringing civilization to people after the flood, that he left on his Vimana and he went to his home in the sky. Or some people say that he left and went to his home at the bottom of the sea. But why couldn't it be both, right? We've seen these submersible crafts that fly up in the sky, then they go into the sea, then they reemerge. So they could fly down to a gateway at the bottom of the sea and then go into a, inner Earth gateway there potentially. Whereas people are completely astounded by this kind of thing, and they think that, this is impossible. How could people live underwater? And we have all this culture about it now, like in the Marvel, not Aquaman, but is it Aquaman? I guess it is Aquaman. He can breathe underwater, and Atlantis is in the water. People breathe in the water. So that's maybe a misinterpretation of what he was really trying to suggest to us, that there is an inner Earth society, that they've lied to us, that tell us that they're going into the stars, but they're really just going up and then into a gateway and going in. Or maybe they are in the stars, and maybe it's a both. But it's interesting that they mention those things consistently.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how people are prepared to fight for their beliefs, which is why I feel really lucky because I don't have a clear belief. And I don't need to have a clear belief. I'm just fascinated. Being someone who's a sun gazer, I watch the sun all the time. I saw Jeremy making comments, or was it Howard making comments? One of the two, about how they've seen, you know, the sun and the moon. I have seen the sun and the moon doing some crazy stuff it shouldn't be doing. I've seen the sun doing stuff it shouldn't be doing. I watched the sunrise there this morning. I watch it there the next morning. I watch it there the next morning. It's over there. I'm like, what happened? When you're watching the sun every morning, you know where it's going to come up. And suddenly, like one day, it decides to come up there. And you go like, what just happened? And you think like, how is that possible? So, yeah, I've just observed these things and gone, who knows? But you get used to seeing the sunrise because I go and stand at a particular point on my beach to watch the sunrise, to stare at the sun every morning. And it comes up at like a certain place in the mountain. And I'm watching where it comes up because where I stand on the beach depends on what kind of a beautiful shot I'm going to get of the sunrise. And I take a lot of beautiful sunrise pictures. So I'm always watching the sun where it comes up. And sometimes it just does stuff that doesn't make sense. And the moon as well. The moon's coming up there and then suddenly the moon's over there and you go, did the moon move? So who knows what the story is, but it makes me sort of really look at, we talk about the South Pole, we talk about the agenda of the Aryans. And by the Aryans, we mean that small little select crew who think that they are more pure Aryan than the rest of all of us, and that they have the right to rule, and they do rule us, and they rule all the money and everything. That little Illuminati group, makes me wonder what their true agenda is, and why we are being herded like cattle, like you mentioned, the aggression and the violence and the wars that have been perpetrated in the name of white people by kings and queens and politicians in order to, why? And it does seem like there's definitely some kind of a, does seem like there's definitely some kind of something going on, when we start to look at all of these things and question. And we've been taught to stand up for and fight for our beliefs. So there are people that would have arguments. It's really funny when I see round earthers and flat earthers arguing, and I see round earthers and bigger globe people arguing, and I see concave earthers and flat earthers arguing, and concave earthers and round earthers arguing. And to me, I find it hilarious because I'm like, well, I don't actually know. I'm not going to pretend to know what I don't know because I don't know. But it is for me an endless source of fascination and questions because I live in this mysterious world and I'm not quite sure what shape it is. But I'm okay with that because I'm not prepared to believe anybody. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's good. Keep open mind.
But I can't argue one case above the other case because every case there seems to be a hole in some of the logic. Right? Like everyone, there seems to be something like you're going to look at and you go, what's going on here? Namaste, Rahatep. I hope you're good. Hope you're well and thriving. So, yeah, I do think that, this, what Chaos Gaz is talking about, the 3D, so-called 3D reality, I think like reality is not what it seems to be. So it makes me wonder whether there's some kind of a Stargate of sorts. I use that word just as maybe all these people were going somewhere. You with me? Like maybe because this consciousness and reality is not what it seems to be. So the round earth and the concave earth and the flat earth and the bigger globe earth, maybe they're all nonsense. Maybe like the earth doesn't even exist. Maybe it's not rendered yet, right? Maybe it renders when we look at it. And so our expectation is going to have an effect on the rendering process, which sort of gives credence to why magic works. Why you can do a rain dance and cause the rain to fall, right? because the rain hasn't been rendered yet. And you can maybe affect the rendering process. Yeah? By communicating with the renderers. And the renderers are great big spirits, in a sense. For those of you that are with us, by the way, there's going to be a lecture tomorrow. Like there was a lecture for the meditation last week. I hope you guys enjoyed the meditation. For those of you that came, it's going to be 3 p.m. New York time. And it's going to be certain particular techniques for working with shadow, bringing it out, facilitating a hold on it, and being able to sort of process this. So it will be following on from the meditation from last week. I hope you guys enjoyed the meditation from last week, by the way. But yeah, getting back to the gosh, my dogs are farting a lot. Woo! I got a Malamute next to me here, and he just let off another one. And the beauty of having 3 dogs, yeah, I'm sure you get it too. But when a Malamute farts, it's a big fart. It fills the space. So yeah, you know, it makes me wonder when I look at this whole idea of yeah, exactly. The shape of the earth, Howard. I think it's a lot of psyops around the shape of the earth. And it makes me wonder, like, whether they all shapes, whether the whole idea of earth being what we think it is the psyops. Whether the nature of reality being what we think it is the psyops. And I think this is like what the Aryan people knew. And so they're trying to keep us in this little cage, this small select group of, you know, kings and queens, the Merovingians. And the interesting thing is, like, these Merovingians, they claim to have their bloodline coming from David, which is the direct bloodline from our friend with the ark, right? So we're talking about Zyasundra, right? Zyasudra, sorry. Is it Zyasundra? No, it's Zyasudra.
Yeah.
So Zyasudra is thus this, you know, the Enki story. So is there some interesting, profound notion that's being sort of taunted and flaunted in front of our eyes? Could there still be other beings living under the earth, or maybe in a gate? And you know that program Stargate?
Yeah.
SG-1. So
Yeah.
do you know that the whole premise of Stargate is done in Shastra? What's the mountain called? Cheyenne Mountain.
Yeah.
Cheyenne Mountain. And you know what was disclosed about 10 years ago? Or 8 years ago, 10 years ago? Was a secret military scientific research base under Cheyenne Mountain was declassified. Now, why would they make a series, right, about a scientific research facility underneath Cheyenne Mountain where there actually happened to be a classified one, right? Unless they had a reason for it. You with me?
Yeah.
And so when I discovered that, one day I saw a news article where they were pointing out that the Cheyenne Mountain, disclosing that they had a secret scientific research underground facility that was declassified. I was like, holy crap. That's what the whole Stargate was about. And in the Stargate series, they get a bunch of actors to come in and copy the people making in the Stargate to make a TV show as a form of disinformation, as a form of counterintelligence, so that the people wouldn't believe that it was real. So, you know, I don't know what's true, but I wouldn't put that past us. I wouldn't put that past us, because when we look at CERN's design, right? And they're talking about the Stargates, like, so all of these colliders, what are these colliders really trying to do? They tell us they're just researching, smashing things together. But it sounds like that would be how you would open a Stargate, isn't it? if you wanted to open a wormhole to go somewhere else. That would be how it would be done. No? So, like, I don't know. I wouldn't put my hand on any Bible. I wouldn't claim it to be a fact or a truth. But namaste, 3. I hope you're good. Hope you're all smiling and thriving. But yeah, there's a lot of information out there that has been sort of played with, and disinformation has been put into our heads, be it that this is real, be it that this is false, right? With the whole story with Admiral Byrd in his journeys to the poles, is it the South or the North Pole? I've been looking at the map of the South Pole, and it doesn't add up. When you look at the distance from Australia to the South Pole and you look at the gradients of temperature, it doesn't add up. And you look at the distance from South Africa to Australia and the gradient of temperature and the change of, it doesn't make sense to me. If that makes sense to you. And you can literally go on Google Earth and look at the distance and go, wow, it's such a short distance. Between that distance, the temperature falls that much. And what is the distance from the southern tip of South America to the South Pole? Do you know?
It's not far. There's part of the South Pole that goes right up to tip of Argentina.
So, like, when you look at that, right? So it's 620 miles. Right?
Yeah.
620 miles. It's not very far, is it? Now, what is the temperature at the South Pole? South Pole temperature is, in summer, it's minus 12. And in winter, it's minus 82.
Yeah.
Cape Horn temperatures. Summer, winter. And, in centigrade. Make it easy for me. So, how cold does it get in there? So the coldest month is 36 Fahrenheit. What is 36 Fahrenheit?
It's above freezing. It's just 4 degrees above freezing.
So, and the hottest month is 51 Fahrenheit. What is 51 Fahrenheit?
It's cool. It's not warm.
So we're talking about 10 degrees. You right?
Mm-hmm.
So 10 degrees, 10.5 degrees, and we're talking about maybe roundabout freezing, right? As opposed to minus 12 in summer and minus 82 in winter. And how many miles apart?
600.
600 miles. Does that make sense to you?
Yep. That doesn't make too much sense, does it?
It doesn't. Because the temperature gradients don't move that fast. Like, I just think of this and I'm going like, how is that possible? Because if you go further up South America towards the north, the temperature gradient changes more gradually. And if you look at the temperature gradients changing between South Africa and Australia and going down, 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 and then suddenly it just gets really cold in a really short distance. And 600 miles, basically, you can walk that in, what can you walk that in? A month? Can you walk 600 miles in a month?
Yeah, it takes about that. It was about 600 miles for the stone that was brought from Scotland all the way down to Stonehenge. So
You can walk that in a month if you've got a good pair of boots. And if you can walk on water. But anyway, so there's a lot of these questions that I ask, and it makes me sort of look at why there's so much disinformation. And I mean, I don't have the answers. All I have is questions. I have a lot of questions. I don't have many answers. The only things I know are what I can experience, what I can see, what I can taste, what I can feel. And it does seem to me that there's definitely been some kind of a powerful agenda to keep us blind to the nature of reality, that it's a multidimensional reality, that we are living as an expression of the consciousness field, and that what we think of as matter is really condensed prana or consciousness. To me, this makes a lot more sense according to my experiences of consciousness not being just rooted in the body. They don't want us to believe in astral projection. They want us to be afraid of spiritual forces. So what do? They make a lot of Hollywood movies. And what are all the Hollywood movies about normally when they're about spiritual matters? Aren't they horrors? Yeah?
Yeah.
Like scary, dangerous things. Like, oh, you don't want to think about those things because now you got to deal with those things. But like, you know, what's going on? It's like I was talking to my girlfriend about how to enter into an altered state of consciousness. And the fastest way for me is taste. Because I literally spent years of my life on psychedelia. What I mean is like I did everything on psychedelia. Everything that you've done in your life, I had a bucket list. And I was like, I'm going to have a different thing every day. Right? And it's interesting when you push your mind to like beyond. Have you ever been peaking and gone to sleep? Indy.
Think so.
Like peaking.
Yeah, just really comfortable.
Lysergic. 40 minutes after eating lysergic.
No, I can't sleep on lysergic.
It's not easy. It's willpower. I did it just to know what it feels like to go to sleep on lysergic. You don't go to sleep. You just leave your body. That's what happens. But anyway, my point is like they don't want us to know about reality, right?
Yeah.
They want us to live in this it's all just atoms and we're just physical bodies, flesh puppets. So, you know, the idea of the Sphinx that you were mentioning before as well. Do you think the Sphinx could represent the Aryan goal? To take the elements of nature and put them into one statue?
I guess.
That we must consider all these insubstantial things in one substance, one statue that represents these sublime forces within the human psyche that manifest reality, but like in one creature. And I've often thought that that could have been an early form of psyops. Yeah?
I guess so. Yeah, I think so. There's definitely some psyops going on there for sure. I feel like Sphinx is very obviously not supposed to be the way it is and was reformed with a smaller head. Originally, it was two Anubis statues that were in bodies of water that were man-made reservoirs. And they broke off the heads of Anubis and made it into the Sphinx that it is today. So that was two different pharaohs, two different regimes. And there's a lot of that going on with these ancient megalithic structures. One monarchy will re-inhabit megalithic structure of a past civilization or a previous pharaoh or whatever it was. And they'll claim that they were the ones who made it. And the Khufu pyramid is shown to not have anything to do with Khufu. Khufu did not build or re-inhabit the pyramid at all. It was actually a later graffiti artist that came in there and did some stuff near it and then put that cartouche in modern day ink nearby the graffiti they made, and it was done recently. So that's not an authentic cartouche. And it's anybody's guess who these ancient megalithic structures were actually built by, even though they were claimed to have been made by other people that wrote on them later in other cases. But Khufu was not one of those cases. That was just graffiti like that.
It makes you think that this psyops has been going on for so long. Who knows? Like, we know that they played with a calendar, so we don't know how long. I'm not even going to pretend to know how accurate the time dating is for ancient Egypt, because we talk about 4000 BC and 3000 BC like we know what we're talking about, but I don't actually, and like, how much of did they add on 1,000 years? I've heard that theory, and I'm like, well, there seems to be some circumstantial evidence to like foster that as a possibility, but maybe they didn't add on 1,000, maybe they added on hundreds, or maybe they minused off some. You see, the way I look at it is like, we know they doctored the calendar because they told us they did so, because they said there was a mistake and they had to fix by changing the dates. So the fact that they changed the calendar and the date, just exactly what they were doing, like behind what the left hand was doing that the right hand couldn't see, that we don't know. But we know that the right hand did something. So, Big Gaz is telling us we won't have to waste our time with this much longer, Indy, because the truth is coming. Everybody's going to know the truth. It's going to be blown out there. You mentioned Elon. Gosh, the story, what's going on at the moment. Elon accusing the Musketeer of being one of Epstein's. What should we do with the kids today, buddy? And
like
the Musketeer saying that, like, no, sorry, not the Musketeer. The Musketeer accusing the trumpet of wanting to put his trumpet, getting children to play with his trumpet, right? And the trumpet saying that we are going to remove the Musketeer's sword, basically take away his contracts.
Yeah.
What is the subtle like innuendo being expressed here of removing the Musketeer's contracts? Saturn. So Saturn moved into Aries, okay, and the Musketeer is going to lose his contracts, and Saturn rules contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And then the trumpeter is accused of not blowing his own trumpet. Oh gosh, that sounds horrible, huh? Sounds bad. Because we're talking about kids. Do you know what I mean? We're talking about kids here. Like, we shouldn't be laughing. We really shouldn't be laughing, but that's what's going on here.
Stay away from those kids.
Yeah, exactly. Like the world is shaking. Well, like what Gaz says, like the world is literally shaking in its foundations at the moment. And what seemed to be like the chemical wedding, where like the Musketeer and the trumpeter were ready to like get a room, right? Is now like they won't be getting a room anytime soon. But like you almost thought like these two are going to get a room. Their wives should be getting jealous by around about now, because this is looking all shades of wrong. And so...
Well, they do have strong feelings for each other.
They do, clearly. Clearly. And then the love turned to hate faster than a marriage.
Yeah.
Right?
Worse than a married couple.
And it was all Saturn moving into Aries. So are they playing some kind of a cosmic game on the stage for us? of Saturn moving into Aries, and are they trying to show us something? Like, are they playing the game of astrotheological chess? Seriously? Elon had a black eye in, I bet you it's makeup. Because I can imagine Trump having a bad temper. Could you imagine Trump giving him a...
Cult symbol. A lot of celebrities have a black eye sometimes, just for no reason. But 2 black eyes is like child slavery.
And why is it called the Oval Office if it's supposed to be like the whole world that it rules? Is the world oval? Do you know what I mean? Like,
it is an elliptoid.
they taught us it was round, but when you think about it, isn't there an interesting thing with water? So water is diamagnetic. Does that mean that it pulls towards the poles?
I think so.
Diamagnetism means that the water moves towards the poles. Is that right? In water makes it pull towards the poles. I believe that's how it works.
Yeah.
Diamagnetism, because it's been a little while.
Oh,
Diamagnetism is the property of being weakly repelled by a magnetic. Sorry, it's repelled by the poles.
okay.
Is that right? Yeah, because the poles have got magnetic fields, right? Inverse inverse polarity, but magnetic fields nonetheless. It's interesting, you know. It's very, because the electrons in water are arranged in a way that they create a magnetic field that opposes the external field, leading to a slight repulsion. While water is diamagnetic, the effect is very weak and it is not strong enough to make it move towards the poles, especially in the presence of stronger magnetic forces like the Earth's magnetic field. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the elliptical shape of the Earth. Anyway, dear brother, is there anything that we have left unsaid that we wanted to mention? Soberek Neferu. Soberek Neferu, I wrote down here. Yeah, that's right. That was why the Indus Valley came to an end. Because Soberek Neferu was just before the 13th dynasty, I think. And that was in Egypt where they stopped organizing so well. They weren't so organized. And that means that the international trade started to suffer. And I think the Indus Valley was relying upon that trade to get the resources because they weren't able to grow much of their own stuff anymore because of climate change. So the climate change isn't new. We've watched the climate change come and go, and it was the end of the Indus Valley civilization, which was a huge civilization. And so it's sort of, we can see why the Aryan people have been displaced and have been moving around the planet since then, because, every time they find a place to settle down, they have to get going. And so they go on the way going here and there, they end up causing a few wars. Seems to be the case. Is there anything else you wanted to mention, brother?
Yeah, there was in Mesopotamia before the Great Flood, there was a temple of directing. That was the top of Mount in Nippur. And it was destroyed by the flood. And so after the flood, when they went to go create a new headquarters for directing mankind, according to the Hebrew stories, it says that they then went to Mount Moriah, the Mount of Directing, to then place the Temple of Solomon at its peak, to replace the Temple of Directing at Nippur. And then they built Jerusalem between Mount Moriah and Mount Zion.
So where's Mount Zion then supposed to be?
Mount Zion is on the other side of Jerusalem, apparently.
I've always thought of it as being a more metaphysical place. Interesting, you know.
Yeah.
You know, when we're watching films and you see those twin peaks
Hmm.
and the valley between the twin peaks. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it's a popular image that we see. And then, of course, the series of Twin Peaks that came around when I was still in school. Yeah,
Hmm.
back in the days.
Yeah. And then it's mentioned that after the center of control moved from Mesopotamia to Jerusalem, that um, the gods bred with us to strengthen our genes after the flood.
Where is
And,
that?
after the flood, that the gods bred with us to strengthen our genes, like after they were rebuilding society with Noah's progeny and stuff.
Is that where is that story from? I mean, what culture is that?
Oh, that's from the Mesopotamian story.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. And it said that at that point that Noah went around and made fences and tilled the land and cultivated corn and vines. And so they were scared to hunt after that because they thought that they were going to extinguish the animals and put them into extinction. And so they started to do more of this cultivation of things. But it was said by the Greek poet Nonus, that Dionysus, who is supposedly another name for Noah, migrated to India after that time, which lines up with the story of Rama, having come from the West.
Right.
And the story of Rama is said to have been like 7,000 years ago, although some accounts go back to like 106 million years ago, or 1.6.
Yeah, that's a very interesting story because that's the Ramayana, right?
Yeah.
Because Rama comes to India, and then Rama's a king, but Rama doesn't want to sit on the throne, and Rama wants to live in the wild, but then Rama's wife is abducted by one of the Asuras, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and then that turns into this great war where Hanuman comes to help him, and a big chunk of the Himalayas is taken to Sri Lanka, and that's where Adam's Peak comes from. So maybe what they're suggesting is that a lot of material was added to Sri Lanka to keep it above the water. How's that for an idea?
Yeah.
Using technology.
And then, the city of Krishna is right off of Dwarka near Sri Lanka. They found that it's there off the coast. And
What
archaeologists,
city?
yeah, Dwarka in India, they found that Krishna's city is off the coast of Dwarka there, as it was legendarily thought to be, and they actually found it, but it's not being permitted by academia yet. But if you see the footage, you'll know that it's definitely human-made structures there under the sea. This is fascinating. Now,
I reckon there are going to be a lot of pyramids down there.
yeah, there was a massive city, much like the cities of Southeast Asia in India. Very beautiful architecture. So, but also, I wanted to tie back to the story of the Zeb Tepi. It said that after the Great Flood and the destruction of Ptah's world, that the only god then was Atum, and he made a mound that emerged from the waters of Nun, primeval waters. And it was from this mound that everything emerged. And then Atum created Shu and Tefnut, who created Jeb and Nut, and then Osiris, Set, Isis, and Nephthys into 3 generations. So all of that came from the Zeb Tepi, was the mound that Atum created that brought from the sea. and then that was like the Pangea that created everything that came afterwards, so to speak.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. We haven't spoken about Turkey much, but there seems to be some of the most ancient things to be found in Turkey. Yeah.
Yeah,
Göbekli Tepe and a lot of the other places, and it seems like that's right next to the Caucasus Mountains,
it
which is
is.
everything seems to point back there in a sense.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. There was the drogue stones that were used as an anchor on the ark that were dropped off at a place in Turkey about 20 miles from Mount Ararat. Or was it from Mount Ararat? From the Caucasus. I'm not sure which. But yeah, those drogue stones were dropped right nearby in a city that used to be called starts with a K. Let me look and see if I have my notes here. Drogue stones. Where Oh, yeah. Down again.
Yeah, brother.
Well, I'm gonna have to look it up, but the fact is that those drogue stones were in that region where Mount Ararat is, and it's like a hub of like where people have gone. You know, you've got people going up into Europe and Eastern Europe, got people going over into the Middle East, people coming down into the Mediterranean to North Africa. So it's very interesting how it all plays out and stuff. And there's so many different flood stories that this very well may have happened a few times. And there's only so many places when a flood happens that there's going to be peaks where you can go and launch from. And so there very well may be, some at Mount Ararat, some happened at the Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah, that is interesting. The Caucasus Mountains and the Indus Valley.
Mm-hmm.
These are two places that seem to have like very ancient civilized cities. And the oldest cities that we can find in the world that we can actually look at the moment are in Turkey, next to the Caucasus Mountains, and in the Indus Valley. That's the Anapan cities that we mentioned before. So there definitely seems to be some kind of a correlation here towards the flood, and some kind of what seems to be circumstantial validation, possibly at best, but nonetheless better than a kick in the teeth, to give us an idea that there well may be some kind of evidence that there was a flood. Because there are people that challenge this as a possibility, Yeah, man, break the matrix. Smash the matrix. Well, I hope you guys have all got what you came for. I hope you guys have all enjoyed the show. Wow, we've got some more information coming from the Indie Sage.
Yeah, it's said that that it rained for 40 days and nights, and then it took 150 days to recede. And that Noah released a dove and crow several times, but then after the third time, on the fourth try, the dove came back with the olive branch, suggesting it was the place to go. And it's thought that this was said to have happened at Mount Ararat.
Since when do doves fly around with olive branches in their beaks?
That's questionable to me as well. But
I've seen a lot of doves. I've never seen one doing it. Crows, maybe. But then it'll be a crowbar.
Yeah. But there's over 140 flood myths across the world, so it's definitely something to think about.
Definitely something to think about. Well, big love to all of you. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I hope you got what you came for. I hope we've hit the 4-hour mark. trying to keep it on. Big love, Zahpoum. Don't quite know how to say that, but big love to you. Blessings to all of you guys there. Bless the animals, bless the people, bless all of you wonderful, thought-inspiring people in the chat that have been giving us lots to consider and think about. And Elon's still waiting for you, is he, Big Gaz? Elon's waiting for a lot. He's waiting to lose his contracts by the sounds of the trumpeter. But yeah, I hope you all have an absolutely fascinatingly lovely, awesome, super weekend, and look to enjoy being with you guys again next week. Come and join me tomorrow. If you look across at the bottom, you'll see the info there, the stats for the seminar. Otherwise, take it easy, keep it sweet, keep it smile. Don't forget, life is short. Whatever you do, don't fight for your beliefs because they're just beliefs. Keep an open mind. Keep your mind exploring and embracing new possibilities because life is just too short not to. Om Shanti, big love, blessed be.
Blessed be. Om Shanti.